guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Hamas says it will release the last American hostage being held in Gaza as part of an effort to reach a ceasefire agreement. In a statement Sunday, Hamas said Israeli-American Eden Alexander will be released to help achieve a ceasefire and allow humanitarian aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff said he is traveling to Israel to secure Alexander's release, adding that the 21-year-old's family is ecstatic over the news. It comes ahead of President Trump's first trip to the Middle East on Monday, where the White House is preparing. Ryan Shook has more.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Friday Trump is going to reaffirm his commitment for a free and prosperous Middle East.
Where the United States and Middle Eastern nations are in cooperative relationships, and where extremism is defeated in place of commerce and cultural exchanges.
Trump will visit U.S. troops at the air base in Qatar, the largest U.S. military base in the region. He'll also be in Saudi Arabia and get an update on Israel-Gaza war ceasefire talks. I'm Brian Shook.
There's a pretrial hearing on Monday for a Libyan man accused of bombing Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, over 36 years ago. That blast killed 270 people, including 190 U.S. citizens, making the bombing the deadliest terrorist attack against Americans prior to September 11th. The suspect, known as Massoud, was taken into American custody in the year 2022. Speaking of trials, Monday is the final stage of jury selection in Manhattan for the racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors allege Combs used his fame and power to sexually abuse women between the years 2004 and 2024. Combs pleaded not guilty after his September arrest and has been held without bail at a federal lockup in Brooklyn. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Be careful who you choose to do your taxes. A former IRS agent will spend time in state prison for scamming someone out of their life savings.
The retired IRS agent who drained the life savings of a San Francisco Bay Area woman is going to prison. 81-year-old Elena Cohen Roth was sentenced to 12 years in state prison Friday. Cohen Roth was found guilty of defrauding a woman out of $1 million in savings. She was convicted on 23 felony counts of financial fraud in relation to the scheme a month ago.
The EPA announced that the United States and Mexico are closer to permanently ending a sewage crisis. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin wrote on X Friday that this week the EPA sent Mexico a proposed 100% solution that would permanently end the crisis of raw sewage flowing into the United States from Mexico. The issue, blamed on outdated wastewater infrastructure, has gone on for decades, but has recently spiraled as Tijuana's population increases. The sewage is flowing into the waters off the coast of San Diego. If that's not enough to keep you up at night, a new study says you should avoid exercising in the evening for a good night's rest. The study included almost 15,000 men and women and found that exercising 4 hours before bedtime makes it harder to fall asleep and cuts your sleep time by about 45 minutes. The effects were stronger when workouts were long, intense, or both. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, cue the microphone just like that. We close out the weekend. Mother's Day weekend, no less. Hope all the moms out there had a great day there Sunday. And just like that, we hit the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So we'll turn the page on the calendar on Monday, 12th day of May. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Very comfortable, partly cloudy skies outside the secret bunker, 69 degrees. Very nice. Yeah, the moon kind of shrouded, but bright enough to be shining through the clouds. On a full moon. Yeah, the freaks come out tonight. Good to have you with us. We are less than 24 hours away from every truck driver's favorite 72 hours of the year. Yes, International Road Check will be kicking off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Are you prepared? Ready or not, it's almost here. Had a gorgeous weekend here in Southwest Ohio. Beautiful weather for the Mother's Day. Not all outdoor plans got to take place outdoors. Many of them had to move indoors, especially in the southeast, where we've got this slow-moving storm system bringing lots of rain, which continues tonight. The good news, we're not seeing any severe weather, but just flooding concerns, as we've seen inches and inches of rain coming down, and more of just that on the horizon. That's where we start things off here on a Monday morning. Additional outdoor plans may have to be moved indoors with this slow-moving system, soaking rains and some gusty thunderstorms that will continue over the next several days. Yeah, the flow around this storm bringing nearly continuous moisture-rich air off the Gulf, kind of heightening the risk of flooding from those repeated downpours. Yeah, while the rain is needed for some, it's going to be too much of a good thing for others. Too quickly, rain gauges could top 8 inches in spots by early this week here. Now, in the wake of heavy rain and flooding across the lower Mississippi Valley, earlier last week, downpours in association with this storm continue to spread across the southeast. We saw many outdoor plans, Mother's Day plans, having to move indoors this past day from parts of the Tennessee Valley, the Carolinas. The Appalachians and the Mid-Atlantic also come into play for the early part of the weekend. Portions of nearly a dozen states stretching from Louisiana to Florida, then northward to Virginia and West Virginia, according to AccuWeather, could measure at least 2 or more inches of rain. The area most at risk for multiple inches will be closer to the source of the moisture. That's from northern Florida into southeastern Alabama, southern Georgia. Some areas could be adding up to 10 inches. In a typical May, the month, 3 to 4 inches of rain falls across much of the southeast. This storm has the potential to bring double that in a matter of 2 days' time, kind of heightening the risk of flooding in streets, highways, poor drainage areas, along some streams and creeks. The area that's actually in the worst drought conditions, which is much of Florida, missing out on the lion's share of the rainfall, but we do see some much-needed rain in northern Florida, a little break down to the Tampa area, and then more showers and thunderstorms pushing through southern Florida this evening. Heavy rain, not the only hazard from some of these storms. A few of them could also contain isolated damaging wind gusts and hail. For our Monday here, areas say from metro Atlanta southward down to about Orlando and Tampa, you could see some stronger storms, flooding downpours, the primary concern with any storm, but an isolated or tornado or two cannot be ruled out as well today. Looks like drier, quieter weather finally returns to much of the southeast by the middle portions of the week. Beginning Wednesday in some areas, also accompanied by an increase in temperatures as the heat that's actually been roasting portions of the west and the nation's midsection finally begins to build on to the east. It's a little bit, speaking of the warm temperatures, it's a little bit early in the season to be talking about a heat wave as far north as, say, the Dakotas and Minnesota. Yeah, that is the case. Temperatures soaring well into the 90s and possibly even approaching 100 degrees through Tuesday. Hundreds of square miles of the northern plains. Now, the forecasters continue to advise dangers will accompany this heat in the form of red flag warnings. In some cases, temperatures are going to be 30 to 40 degrees above average for this time of year. We could see some daily records shattered by several degrees. Nearly every location will have highs 15 to 30 degrees above average. We're talking highs within a few degrees of 100 in store for Fargo in Bismarck, North Dakota for Monday into Tuesday. Daily records dating back to the 1800s could be toppled. Highs well into the 90s forecast as well for much of South Dakota, western Minnesota. In Minneapolis, temperatures will peak within a few degrees of 90 all the way into Wednesday of this week. So it's, again, rather early for these kind of temperatures. It may be hard on some folks, especially those partaking in physical labor or vigorous exercise. Drink plenty of fluids. Avoid strenuous activity during the midday and afternoon hours. Of course, when the sun is strongest, temperatures can actually be 10 to 20 degrees higher than the official temperature. Yeah, the official temperature is measured in the shade about 6 feet above the ground away from any pavement. Despite the early season heat, many streams, ponds, and lakes are still very icy cold at this point in the spring. If you're thinking about taking a swim, be aware you're at risk for cold water shock, muscle cramps, and drowning. Along with the heat, though, gusty southwest winds further baking the soil and vegetation. Dry grasses and leaves left over from the winter will become a prime source of fuel for any wildfires that could ignite. Small fires can rapidly escalate into a major blaze threatening lives and property. And again, that's why we see those red flag warnings. I'm looking at most the entire state of Minnesota, the eastern halves of North Dakota, South Dakota, on up into northeastern portions of Nebraska there. Red flag warnings. So, welcome aboard. How was that weekend? Hope everything went well. Let's see who we got checking in out of the box. Philly Dan, well, yes, it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. You know it's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. And for the first time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. As Steve throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Overnight drive, yes, hammer down. Broadcasting frequency waves out into the galaxy and beyond. It was a beautiful, heartfelt send-off to my brother, bomb tech Larry Henderson, this past Friday. Thank you all for your thoughts and your prayers. We're at a beautiful 63 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, with a little bit of haze. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there's a SpaceX Falcon 9 launch in less than 20 hours. Maybe Philip can fill us in on that later this morning. But let's go. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. And, of course, dial us up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Are you with me? Indeed. Well, Mary Ann is in the house. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Did some yard work over the weekend. Still have some yard work yet to be done, but is it kind of like spring cleaning, right? Hello, Gary. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew on this great Monday. Brain dead. Happy Monday to all, but for me, it's Friday. I had a 3-stop Jackson, Mississippi area grocery run today, and as I headed back to the warehouse, had some hit-or-miss showers down this way. Got a few nuggets in the sports world to talk about, as it was a busy weekend. We'll check in later and unpack it all. Oh, and before I forget, 63 days till the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. 111 days to the start of college football season. Okay. And he's actually counting down. How many days till Christmas? 228. That's what we really needed to know.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, Robert on board here on an early Monday. Tank is in the house. Hello, Steve. Happy Monday. We're back in the saddle after a long weekend. 69 degrees here, Arlington, Tennessee. We're heading into Memphis. Get us a set and head out west. Everybody, truck safe out there. Have a blessed day. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. There's Jerry. Morning, everybody. Absolutely beautiful day here in Kokomo, Indiana. And a beautiful weekend, as a matter of fact. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show on for us. Be safe and remember to tell them you love them every chance you get. There's Contra Bumpkin, Waterford, Michigan. Thanks for all you do. God bless the American truck drivers. Rubber Duck got you on YouTube. He says, had a really interesting guest for breakfast. Kim and Nana made it back and forth to Wisconsin. And now, prayers for the people in Knoxville and that were killed by the Amazon truck. All right, I'll have to get an update on that one. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Good to have you on board. Speaking of... oh, well, I guess we might as well say, hello, Captain Ron.
The greatest day of the week.
Yeah, go figure.
Back again.
Yep, once again.
So, yeah. But it's one day closer to that road check. How about that one?
Yeah, that's your greatest 3 days of the week.
Yeah, right. I don't know how you get ready for it. I don't know. I just drive this company truck, you know. Ain't much to get ready. ELD, it does its job, and that's all there is to that. But I did go and get my DOT physical Friday.
Yeah.
So I'm good for another year.
All right, that's good news.
Yeah, that's pretty good news. I felt pretty good about that. It always worries me, you know, and then you get in there and you got that white coat syndrome and your blood pressure's high and you can't prove them any different. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's never that high when I check it at home, but you get in there and it's 20 higher. But it was pretty good this time, so that's a good thing. So if I changed my handle, I could call the show and get some free Hot Shot Secret, right?
No, I don't know
So
about
that'd be a
that.
first-time caller.
Change your handle, okay?
So that would make me a first-time caller, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Why do you ask?
That wouldn't. Well, you advertise that first-time callers gets that free $60 value of Hot Shot Secret,
Correct.
and they even cover the shipping, right?
I think so. Well, for first-time buyers, anyway.
Right. Well, and then you got all these listeners that haven't ever called in. Why are they not capitalizing on this $60 value of some free Hot Shot Secret that's even mailed to them? And the phone call's even free.
That's correct.
Right? Right? So, I think if I changed my handle, that would make me a first-time caller. You're not buying it, I think.
You're thinking.
Well, there's a lot of first-time callers out there, and all you got to do is call into the show and get that $60 of free Hot Shot Secret.
Yes,
Good
indeed.
product, and help us keep the show going. But I don't have too much other than that. I thought maybe I could, I don't know, pull one over and get me some more free Hot Shot Secret. What do you think?
That's
But anyway, Florida kind of wet down here tonight. Everywhere except my county, Pinellas County, Clearwater, St. Pete, Largo, towns like that right on the shore. We got some showers Sunday, but it wasn't even raining when I left home and get over to Tampa, and your wipers ain't even going fast enough. It's kind of crazy, but maybe we're supposed to get rain today. It's showing the chance of it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll see what happens. But that's about all I got. And Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Truck and Phil, and I appreciate you taking my call.
all right, and thank you for letting us know it is a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, the International Road Check. He says, well, how do you prepare? Well, one thing, you got to be doing a thorough pre-trip. Yeah, check. Yeah, we've got the breakdown what the focal point's going to be this year. Gary says it's 72-hour money grab. I know many drivers feel that way. All right, road check this week coming up starting tomorrow. Drivers want to be prepared for two particular focus areas for this year's Blitz. The annual 3-day high-visibility, high-volume commercial vehicle inspection and regulatory compliance enforcement. Again, Tuesday through Thursday. During the 72 hours, law enforcement, members of the CVSA, of course, across North America, inspecting commercial motor vehicles and drivers at weigh stations, inspection stations. They'll set up some temporary sites and have thorough mobile patrols. All the data is then compiled and released following the event. For this year, the CVSA has selected hours of service regulations to be the driver focus area. During the driver portion of an inspection, officials are going to be checking the driver's operating credentials, hours of service documentation, your status in the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, and, of course, seatbelt usage. They'll also be looking for signs of any sort of impairment. Now, as far as the vehicle focus area for this year's road check, inspectors, they tell us, are going to place an emphasis on tire maintenance. Checking tires for tread depth, proper inflation. Also looking for air leaks, tread separation, cuts, bulges, sidewall damage, or improper repairs. In the event of an out-of-service violation being discovered during the inspection, of course, the vehicle will be restricted from operating until all such violations have been corrected. Inspectors also may put a driver out of service for violations such as not possessing a valid or necessary operating license or exhibiting signs of impairment. Vehicles that successfully pass a level 1 or 5 inspection without any critical vehicle violations will receive your CVSA decal. These decals are valid for up to 3 months. But last year, during last year's event, 48,761 inspections conducted during that 3-day window. 95% of drivers, they say, having no out-of-service violations. Also, 77% of vehicles passed their inspections without critical violations. Those are pretty good numbers from last year, actually. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Hamas says it will release the last American hostage being held in Gaza as part of an effort to reach a ceasefire agreement. In a statement Sunday, Hamas says that Israeli-American Eden Alexander will be released to help achieve a ceasefire and allow humanitarian aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff said he'll be traveling to Israel to secure Alexander's release, and he added that the 21-year-old's family is ecstatic over the news. This comes ahead of President Trump's first trip to the Middle East, will be taking place tomorrow. Back home, Monday's a big day in the Diddy trial. It's the final stage of jury selection for the racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors allege Combs used his fame and power to sexually abuse women between the years of 2004 and 2024. Combs has pleaded not guilty. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, rolling into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to the Chicago feeder on board. Timothy, morning to you as well. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 58 degrees on a clear night. Hello, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 64 degrees. The rain has finally stopped. Had a good bit over the last few days, probably got a couple of inches. It was a good Mother's Day, but there's always the memories of her daughter we lost several years ago. It helped that her son, his kids, and a neighborhood friend with her boyfriend and his daughter came over for dinner. With Wildcat's help, we made fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, shrimp, broccoli, and a nice loaf of baked bread. Sounds yummy. It was delicious, if I do say so myself, and it was great having everyone over. Went to Mom Saturday, took some food, continued to prep her house interior for the painters next Monday. All right, I'm going back there Thursday, finish up the prep since I got to load Friday and leave out Sunday for a Tuesday delivery in Saranac Lake, New York. All right, everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. And there's Rod. Hey there, Steve. Very nice here in Nebraska. But we actually need some rain. Yeah, there in the north central states, you got kind of a lull in thunderstorm activity here Monday, Tuesday. But it does look like as we head toward the middle days of the week, could be talking some showers and thunderstorms maybe coming your way with some of that much needed rainfall. Well, good morning, Rubber Duck.
Well, good morning there, hero. How are you?
Monday, greatest day of the week.
You know, Saturday and Sunday were pretty freaking awesome.
Were they?
Beautiful days, great weather. Oh, I'm telling you. So, let me get on this road check thing for a minute. I've been out here a long time. And I'm sure glad the motoring public feels so safe with them cracking down on us for this 3-day period and advertising it all over news, the internet, everything, so that the guys that they're looking for are actually parked in the truck stop for 3 days, but the cops won't come in the truck stop to look at the trucks that are parked with the bald tires and the missing mud flaps and the hanging lights, etc. But it's okay. You just you just keep telling us that we're safer because you guys do 48,000 inspections in 3 days. How about doing inspections every day? How about turning off the pre-pass and yanking these people in? Why is the biggest companies in the country that cause the most accidents and the big blue bent women's toy trailer, because that's what it really looks like, just curved you-know-what, they get the bypass all the time. But these guys have raggedy trucks, but they can't see that. But yet, I'm a person that has Easy Pass. That's it. For my tolls. I do not have pre-pass. I do not pay for drive-wise. My boss has it on his truck, but he wants me to pay for it. I'm not going to pay for it. I keep telling him I'll take my chances. Our safety record's great enough that I'll pull into any scale in the country. We can't get inspected. I have our one and only DOT inspection about 4 years ago, and I passed. We've had one accident where somebody ran in the back of the boss, and that's all we've got on our record. But yet, I go in, I get put on a heavy scale. If I only have one car on and I put it on the front of the truck, they pull me in, they weigh me. I've gone in with, full loads of 9, and they bust me to the bypass lane, But the only scale I cross is Indiana and Michigan. I cross 3 scales. That's it. I'm just saying, if you that it's a publicity stunt. Mm-hmm. It's a make you feel better thing. The Knoxville crash. It's on their news down there. I think it was 3 people got killed. There was an Amazon contractor involved pulling one of their trailers.
Well, it could be. I mean, we're going to see it right now.
I was searching for that. It looks like it was actually, I think I'm seeing Chattanooga, not Knoxville.
Okay, Chattanooga, down on 75 then. Okay,
correct.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
I was incorrect.
Yep.
So anyway, the girls took off to go see Mom up in Wisconsin. Kim's mom that's still here. And it's been a tradition since we moved up here, which is awesome that you're close enough to go do that. And she, like I said, she got home right before the show started. But Ryder and I decided we were going to have breakfast about 10:30. We finally came home from spending the night up the street at the neighbors. I was like, dude, I'm hungry. I want to go eat. Well, it's lunchtime. I was like, man, he does eat lunch at 11 at school. So 2 pancakes, 3 pieces of sausage, scrambled eggs for the boy. I got a platter mixed up with biscuits and gravy and everything on it. And so we're waiting for our food. And it's a small restaurant. Has maybe 40 seats, 50 seats at best in it. Has a counter for maybe 6 people. We had a table for 4. Had 2 seats open. And I noticed this elderly lady walk in with a walker. And she looked around. She looked around the corner. And I thought maybe she was looking for her family. And she kind of had that look like she didn't have a place to sit. So I asked her, I said, ma'am, I said, are you by yourself? And she said, yes. I said, would you care to join us and sit with us at breakfast? And I thought, for the first Mother's Day of Mom not being around and this lady to walk in the door of this restaurant, it's kind of ironic. Turns out Miss Gloria is 90 years old. She's lived here all her life. She retired from the American Rubber Plant, which I think she said became Daco, or some German company, and the job's left. I learned the story of the Alice Chalmers tractor factory. I learned the story of my house being a Alice Chalmers neighborhood. Everybody that lived here 40 years ago worked at the plant. And I said, man, I got to buy this lady breakfast. And it's cash only, and I'd only brought $30 with me. Because I didn't think Ryder and I would eat that much, and we'd still leave a good tip. And I realized I'm a little bit short, and I looked at the waitress. I said, hey, I'm going to run next door to the ATM real quick. I got to get some more cash. And she said, okay, that's fine. I run up. By the time I get back, there was a gentleman and his son that were sitting in front of us. that had overheard that I was buying her breakfast, and was flabbergasted. It was his words to the waitress that we invited this stranger to sit with us. He must have been a Chicago guy. You know, they I guess they don't know how to do this.
Right.
So he paid for our table, close to $40. He paid our bill. So I'm thinking, okay, we got to keep this going around the restaurant. I looked at the waitress. I said, well, here you go. Here's what our bill would have been, and find somebody in the room that deserves it or needs it, and pay it forward. And so that's what we did today. And I think God sent that lady into that restaurant at that time. My mom and dad had something to do with that. And I made a new friend. I hope she sticks around to be 100. I hope she makes it to 95. She's, 90 now. She drove herself. She's that congetic and that alert. And it was just, it was a pleasure. It really, I didn't even really cry about not being able to call my mom for the first time in 59 years. Well, I mean, I didn't call her when I was a baby, so let's say, 55. But the one thing I remember is my dad's mom had passed right around Mother's Day, and he was in California back in the day, and I was about Ryder's age. My mom and I rode our bikes up to the pizza place in Maryland to get pizza and have a Mother's Day dinner. So then I recreated when I had Domino's delivered so Ryder and I could have pizza tonight. I was like, well, we're not going to ride our bikes. I'm too old. I might have done that when I was 9, but I'm not doing that at 60. But it was a good day. It really was. It was, didn't expect to meet a lady like that today.
Makes for a good Mother's Day.
Somebody,
yeah.
Makes for a great Mother's Day. I told her, I said, asked her where her kids were, and she said one was in Chesapeake, Virginia. The other was at home, and I was like, you couldn't come out with your mom for Mother's Day. And then she said he was 72, and I said, well, I thought to myself, so maybe his health's not that good, and that's why he couldn't come out. But less than 20,000 people in this town, which is kind of neat. And the trains, we'll talk about those tonight. The container trains going east, 90% empty flat cars that should have been double stacked with containers.
Mm-hmm.
The last 4 trains that went through. So that's that part of it. The intermodal part of it is slowing down. We see. But other than that, I never got my $60 discount. So I'd like to say I'm Bob from Illinois. I'm a new caller. It's not working, is it? You know what? It's just as easy to... And when I try to do the 10% code, it doesn't take it. So I give up ordering it online and just go buy it at Rural King and put it in. I do. I probably pay more than I should for it, but maybe that helps everybody's profits. It helps you go. It helps Rural King a little bit to keep the store open in my town, instead of ordering it online. So, but it's great stuff. Don't put it in the new pickup truck here. Well, not new, but new to us. And it has saved our little Ford Focus. It has really brought it back to life. That thing gets like 35 miles per gallon in the city. It's crazy. And just want to thank them for sponsoring you, for sponsoring racing, and I sure hope Lauren didn't fall asleep in the sun watching that NASCAR race today, because, man, that was a little boring watching the Kyle Larson show all day.
I guess he led. He won all three stages, won the race. I mean, dominating them.
Led like over 200 laps. Okay, you watch him. If you're a fan of his, you watch him. He was just on a rail. He was hooked up. He was running. But then you watch everybody else. You're rooting for other people. Kyle Busch. Oh my God, he needs to sacrifice a goat, for lack of better terms, or something, to turn his luck around, because he just can't catch a break. He was running really good. And then all of a sudden, 3 cars beside him, one of them loses it, and there goes Kyle. And he didn't get mad. He didn't scream. He didn't cry on the radio like the old Kyle Busch. He really has changed. He's a lot of people hate him, but they really need to just kind of see what the kids become as he's gotten older and become a father twice over. And what he does with his son with racing, and it was great. But yeah, Lauren posted pictures. He was on a start-finish line. He says, "Oh, Parks Livestock takes care of me." You know what? Hey, Lauren, how about getting an extra ticket? Inviting a buddy. Or inviting 2 buddies. Me and Steve will come.
He did say something about, I guess the OIDA people were there, and he said, thanks for the hamburgers. I guess Louis Pugh. I don't know if they had the spirit of the American trucker there or what was going on.
And John Osborne's retired, but here comes the train real quick. At least they're not blowing the horns anymore. That took 5 years. It's actually peaceful just hearing the diesel pulling and no horn. Can't tell what that train is. Don't see no containers. So must be a commodities train like flatbeds or something. But yeah, he gets spoiled. Lauren's a trip. I love watching him. I'm glad I've got to know him through the show. I consider him a friend. I probably have passed him many a time, and one of these days I'll slow him down enough to be able to hand him off a cup of coffee or something. But same with Heatwave. Heatwave snuck over here and didn't pay the taco toll. How did he get through Indiana, get to Ohio to have lunch with Eskimo Mom, and I didn't catch him to make him buy tacos? My guard, I'm slipping. He must have just looked like one of them regular Estes trucks. I didn't even see him. But it's nice to see he was back east a little bit to experience it. And yeah, the weather's perfect. You can sit outside in a T-shirt and a pair of shorts. You ain't got to cover up with a blanket or nothing to talk to you on the phone out here. Because Wednesday or Thursday, we should become homeowners. We are going to make the plunge and buy our little humble abode that we've been in for 6.5 years now, and go ahead and do the updates that it needs. And I ain't moving nowhere. I'm staying in LaPorte, this little town between Baltimore, Nashville, Los Angeles. I'm good right here. I really am. I'm in a great place in my life. I've got a great woman, 2 great dogs, a big backyard for them to play in. Other than those trains going by every night. But you know what? If those trains don't show up, then we ain't got stuff to haul. But I do count like 200 containers on the average train. And I think about somebody does get to deliver it to the bottom end, but wherever it came from, there used to be a long distance run to where somebody was getting their 3,000 miles a week. The guys used to brag about. I don't think I ever ran 3,000 miles a week in my life, but there's a lot of long distance jobs lost because of the trains. Just something to think about. But anyway, that's about all I got. But you know what? Monday is the greatest day of the week. Ron's right. Captain Ron, you're right. As we get to start fresh.
There you go.
Clean slate.
All right. Well, enjoy your 72-hour road check out there. As far as your trains are concerned, we may be making some progress, some positive news as far as negotiations with China. Multiple hours and hours of discussion over the weekend. Tell you at least how they tell us we are progressing coming up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, on a Monday. See what kind of bull on it we got with Knucklebuster. How was your Mother's Day weekend?
Well, I'm a little pink tonight, Steve. I was doing some yard work back there on the back fence line, and I got into some poison ivy, so I got calamine lotion on my legs and arms. Yeah, we'll live through it. That's the first time, ain't gonna be the last either. So, well, let's say this: free pass is not a get out of jail free card. If your CSA score is bad, then you're going to get pulled in. I don't know how them guys that's got junky old trucks, them lease drivers are getting by with it, but I mean, I guess they just stand up and jump, no comprende English, and CBSA lets them go by there, right? So, I don't know. Here's my recommendation: get a truck washed, get your motor washed off too. Make sure your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed. Don't go into an inspection station or a weigh station by yourself. Have other trucks there with you. That way, that gives them somebody to choose from, not just you to be looking at. And when all else fails, show them what a real truck driver looks like. Go around the damn thing. Ain't nothing says you got to go through there. There's more than one way to Rome, right? Well, I've been caught down there on them 2-lane roads, and the first thing I tell them is, as a professional driver, I take the public safety as my number one priority. I didn't have enough money to get into the circus up there, so I had to go around there, you know. And they usually just laugh. I even got caught over there in Florida one time running around down there, and a woman asked me, she says, "What are you doing down here?" I said, "Well, I just sightseeing. I'm not in any hurry." I showed her my bills and the white tickets there from Catskill, and then I asked her, was her daddy a carpenter? And she says, "Yeah." I said, "I knew he was, because that's a damn good framing job he done, right?" And she started laughing. I knew I wasn't going to get no ticket in, so, yeah. Well, let's get all the money out of the way here. I want to get a belated happy Mother's Day to Miss Olivia Manning, because without her, Tom Brady would have 11 Super Bowl rings instead of 7, Steve. So, I reckon this big V8 tired Chevy Spark ran a 9.9 second quarter mile. And I thought, well, man, that's a slow-ass thing right there, because back in September of 2020, Levon Miller's Hot Shot Secret Fire Pump Diesel, he set a world record of 4.213 seconds at 138 mile an hour in the 8th mile. And if it would have been a quarter of a mile, it would have been 8.42 seconds. It's still close. December 2020, he still broke the record again of 4.11 seconds at 181 miles an hour. And on March 2021, he broke the record again at
and I think they've actually set, they've set new records in the past year, like 2 or 3 of them. But we pause there.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's ready to restart negotiations in order to secure the end to the Ukraine war, suggesting that talks could begin next week in Turkey. During an interview on ABC's This Week, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Putin has been doing whatever is possible to solve the problem.
President Putin is open for peace negotiations without any preconditions. And this is what he was proposing for the last couple of weeks.
The announcement comes after the leaders of Britain, France, Germany, and Poland visited Kiev on Saturday. The 5 leaders were calling for a truce beginning on Monday. Hamas says they're going to release the last American hostage being held in Gaza as part of an effort to reach a ceasefire agreement. In a statement today, Hamas said Israeli-American Eden Alexander will be released to help achieve a ceasefire and allow humanitarian aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. The Department of Defense is moving quickly to remove roughly 1,000 transgender service members from the U.S. military.
Active duty trans service members are given 30 days and reservists 60 days to voluntarily leave or be forced out. The order follows a recent Supreme Court ruling which gave thumbs up to the Trump administration to follow through on a transgender military ban. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth released a video on X Thursday explaining the move, saying,
"This is the president's agenda. This is what the American people voted for."
John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Smokey Robinson is expressing his frustration over a sexual assault lawsuit which was filed against him earlier this week.
Robinson says he's appalled by the claims made by 4 of his former employees. The Motown legend's lawyer called the accusations false and vile. The civil suit was filed by the ex-employees, all women, and details multiple accusations, including sexual battery. The plaintiffs are seeking $50 million in damages. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The California governor's office is pushing back on skyrocketing gas price projections.
The governor's office is disputing a report that says gas prices in California could top $8 a gallon by late 2026. A report from a USC professor said the scheduled closures for 2 refineries in the state would cut fuel production by more than 20% over 3 years. Experts say the reduced output would lead to higher gas prices. Gavin Newsom's office is pushing back, saying the report is bankrolled by Saudi Arabia and it's based on guesswork.
3 members of the NYPD are facing charges after they were arrested last night.
Police say 24-year-old James Laws was arrested in Queens, accused of grand larceny, criminal mischief, and harassment. There were 2 arrests in Brooklyn. 34-year-old Jessica McGriff, a probationary officer, faces possession of stolen property and other charges. And 21-year-old Muhammad Yunus, an NYPD recruit, is charged with petty larceny. Police have not released any details. It's not known whether the arrests are related. I'm Larry Kofsky.
An investigation is underway after a homeowner in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles, found home security footage of an Amazon driver defecating on the front porch.
The video footage shows the Amazon delivery driver dropping off a package, then dropping their shorts to leave behind the smelly delivery. According to the homeowner, Amazon's response to the incident was not apologetic. The homeowner also got video footage of a soiled paper towel that was left in a planter just outside the property. I'm John Fink.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we close out the weekend, welcome back, welcome aboard, brand new day as we work our way into a Monday. Turn the page on the calendar where we had 12th day of May. Again, trust you had a good Mother's Day weekend. And a little update as we get the heat wave we mentioned here a bit earlier. In the Dakotas, down into parts of Nebraska, Minnesota, red flag warnings. Yeah, that's where you've got a bit of a lull in the shower and thunderstorm activity. Things are pretty dry. But that's going to be changing as we head toward midweek. Storms going to be erupting Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday night from the Dakotas to Nebraska and as far east as parts of Minnesota and Iowa. So at that point in time, we could see some large hail, powerful wind gusts. AccuWeather saying gusts could approach 90 miles per hour. Some of the hailstones may reach the size of baseballs or even larger. Big-time hail. Thursday, the threat will expand through much of the Midwest and intensify. Forecasters are already expecting numerous thunderstorms Thursday from much of Illinois to eastern Iowa, northeast Missouri, western Indiana, and southern portions of Wisconsin. So some of the major cities that could see significant weather, from large hail to high winds to flash flooding and tornadoes, will include Chicago, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Des Moines, Iowa. And that threat continues to shift southeastward and broaden and perhaps even intensify further on Friday and Saturday. We're several days away, but the severe weather potential that includes tornadoes will be centered on the Tennessee Valley and the lower portion of the Mississippi Valley, but that includes portions of the Ohio Valley and part of the East Coast. Perhaps close to 20 states may be at risk at some point in time. Later next weekend, the threat may jump westward again to include much of the central and southern plains, portions of the middle and lower Mississippi Valley. So, active things really kind of kicking into gear later this week. As we roll into hour number 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Back to our Mr. Smooth talking, scale dodging knuckle buster.
Oh, appreciate you holding me over there, Mr. I wouldn't do anything illegal like that now, would I? No, absolutely not. Well, let's get back to Levon Miller's fire pump diesel there. He broke that record again at 3.998 seconds at 182.67 miles an hour. I'm going to tell that Chevy boat, if they're running Lauren Weeks' front door, they better get the hell out of the way, because he'll take that Peterbilt and stick it in that exhaust pipe and make them move there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He probably wouldn't do that either. I read on the drive there, Steve, this Texas man, he's tired of his new F-150 randomly braking on the highway. All that good stuff there. Ford's going to buy it back from him and give him another one so that they can go in there and tear it apart and figure out what the hell's going on with it there, right? So maybe they can figure out everybody's problem on. Steve, did you know that an unexpected state dominated America's pizza scene? And it's not New York or Chicago.
Who is it?
That destination, New Hampshire.
Really?
Yep, out of they got 100, based on 100,000 residents and the number of people that Googled it, they have more pizzerias than any state. And who do you think was number 2?
No idea.
Drum roll. Ohio, buddy. Go State.
How about that?
And then we ain't going to worry about the next ones, because that was like Michigan. Who the hell cares about Michigan anyway? Right?
Right.
So, right. I read on Drive, so the cop busted a Detroit family theft ring up there from Ford Motor Company. It was dad and two sons, an ex-employee, but they had to have some more help on the inside there, so they're going to wind up going to jail for a long time, Steve, with all that. They were talking about several $1,000s worth of Ford parts. And the boxes had property of Ford Motor Company on them. I imagine that.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, that'll be Bull on it for this go around. I'm gonna almost over here to Fort Smith, Arkansas. Check and see if that scale house is open over here. And we might decide to just go down the woods and try to find Goldilocks there. But anyway, we'll call back a little later on tonight. There. I know it's Monday morning. Y'all call Steve Sommers at 844-844-3388. We need to keep him awake all night.
There you go. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. All right, John, let me see here. Pappy mentioned, I'm trying to get the update on the SpaceX launch. It was originally slated for later this hour, like 1:41 a.m. Now, they've already postponed it, several times in the last few hours. Yeah, the question, will they have to scrub? Will the thick clouds, rainfall, and thunderstorms further delay or maybe scrub the launch this morning? This Starlink 6-83 mission. SpaceX has already pushed back the liftoff time 4 times the last few hours as storms and precipitation continue roiling central Florida skies. Now, they do say more backup launch opportunities remain available till 3:29 this morning if needed. According to SpaceX, the Falcon 9, this is going to be a batch of 28 Starlink internet satellites after ascending along the southeasterly trajectory. The rocket's first stage booster will be target landing aboard the SpaceX drone ship out at sea. So I was kind of wondering with all the weather we're seeing there, that very well maybe have to be delayed maybe till tomorrow. But we'll keep an eye on things there. Meanwhile, Rubber Duck mentioned it's in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Horrific crash this past evening. Tennessee Highway Patrol responding to a fiery multi-vehicle crash on I-75 right there near the Tennessee-Georgia line this past evening. Yes, there are fatalities. Now, this report doesn't say how many. Rubber Duck said he thought he read 3, but the incident involved 6 passenger vehicles and a tractor trailer, with 2 vehicles actively on fire after the crash, according to officials. Again, total number of deaths at this point I'm not seeing here. East Ridge, Tennessee, though, a suburb of Chattanooga. Emergency personnel prioritized life-saving and performed multiple extractions, according to the police department there. As of 6:45 this past evening, all patients had been transported to an area hospital. Chattanooga Police, Hamilton County Sheriffs, Tennessee Highway Patrol, all were on the scenes. And it's no idea if that's with the multiple fatalities involved. That's when they've got to get the reenactment teams out there and lots to cover. So obviously that's probably been shut down for multiple hours. Meanwhile, positive news. China, U.S. discussions over the weekend. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this past day reported, in his words, substantial progress in U.S. talks with China's top economic officials to de-escalate the trade war. He did not offer details this past evening, but they had been talking at length. I think the Saturday's discussions went nearly 10 hours, and discussions resumed on Sunday. Bessent tells reporters details will be announced today, Monday. President Trump, he said, is fully aware of the results of the productive talks. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, who participated in the talks, said Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng and 2 Chinese vice ministers described the conclusion as, quote, a deal we struck with our Chinese partners that will help reduce the $1.2 trillion U.S. global goods trade deficit. And this was, as the secretary pointed out, a very constructive 2 days. It's important to understand how quickly we were able to come to agreement, which reflects that perhaps the differences were not so large as may be thought. adding that the Chinese officials were tough negotiators, as he put it. But this was the first face-to-face interaction between Bessent, Greer, and he since the world's two largest economies imposed tariffs well above 100% on each other's goods. Now, although Bessent has said the bilateral tariffs were too high and needed to come down in a de-escalation move, he didn't offer any details of reductions agreed to, and he did not take any questions from reporters. Earlier in the day, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett said the Chinese were very, very eager to engage in discussions and rebalance trade relations with the U.S. He was speaking on Fox News that more foreign trade deals could be coming with other countries as soon as this week. Overnight, Trump gave a positive reading of the talks, saying the two sides had negotiated, in his words, a total reset in a friendly but constructive manner. Very good meeting with China in Switzerland. Many things discussed, much agreed to. He posted via Truth Social. We want to see, for the good of both China and the U.S., an opening up of China to American business. Great progress made. Speaking on Sunday Morning Futures, Hassett said Beijing is eager to reset trade relations, and it looks like these Chinese are very, very eager to play ball and renormalize things. Positive. We'll see how, obviously, I think the markets shall react very positively. Maybe they'll wait for the official word to come down. I guess it's going to be another one of those deals where Trump very well could make a big announcement today. He likes to break the news. It is 19 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Cincinnati Reds taking on those Houston Astros over the weekend. And that's just, I don't know, the nature of the beast. For Saturday's game, somehow, miraculously, the Reds were able to put 10 runs on the board in the first inning. Went on to win the game 13-9. I mean, you talk about a high-scoring. But after scoring 13 runs on Saturday, you see, what a great day. Boy, the bats are on fire. And they come back on Sunday for Mother's Day and put up a big 0. A shutout All right, so. Meanwhile, it was the Mother's Day convoy weekend on Saturday. How'd things go there, Horse Feathers?
I think things went better than a lot of us expected it to tell you the truth. I mean, the convoy kind of does its own thing, so it's kind of perpetual. So, I mean, once the wheels get in motion for the day, everything just kind of rolls along. So, you know, even if there's little hiccups or something, they usually resolve themselves. And usually weather is one of the biggest hiccups. And we had an absolute gorgeous day on Saturday. I mean, you couldn't have bought a better day from the AccuWeather gods. Starting out in my morning, I don't know if you saw the picture. I actually stopped in the middle of our little lane and a half wide road on the way out because with sunrise, I had one star left in the sky, the blue sky, at, I don't know, I guess it was 5:30 in the morning, 5:45 in the morning, and I'm like, I guess I need to take a picture of this, and to prove that it was there, I actually took and copied the picture and put a big red circle around the star to make sure that everybody knew where to look for it. But anyways, so from starting out there, it was, you know, no trouble. The convoy itself had no issues that I know about on the road, other than a little miscommunication of directing traffic that was the convoy traffic that it was returning to Mannheim, and because the convoy itself actually ends out on the route right where Pennsylvania 283 reconnects with Pennsylvania 230. So we come down 230, and then you can go either east or west to either Harrisburg or back to Lancaster on 283. And apparently the people directing traffic thought that everybody was supposed to get on the interstate, and they weren't letting people continue on the back road to go back to the auto auction. So if you weren't from the area or familiar with the area, you didn't know how to get to the next exit to get back the back way again. But anyways, all in all, it was a good day. I don't know if there was quite the normal amount of spectator traffic out and about. As I believe I said last week there, you know, the area is designed as service and tourism, and you know, the Amish Mennonite community, their schedule is to work Monday through Saturday and do whatever they do, and whether they operate their farming and, you know, flower business and gardening and all that stuff, or whether they, you know, have shops. They're all designed to work Monday through Saturday, and then Sunday is church in the morning, and then you get your lunch, you know, your picnic lunch, and go do whatever with your family and spend Sunday afternoon with your family, whether it's Mother's Day or any other Sunday. And so usually what they did for Mother's Day was go out and find a spot along the convoy route and enjoy watching the trucks go by for an hour and a half or so. So anyways, that might have been down a little bit, but I think all in all, they'll find that probably going to be somewhere around equal what they have been. I don't know if it'll be the increase because last year's campaign was hoping to raise $400,000, and this year they had $500,000. So I don't know, and we all won't know until September now, because even though the truck convoy is over, I got news for the procrastinators in the club that we still haven't figured out, because we haven't gotten around to having to vote to see if myself or Steve is president of. Do you think you'll win, Your Honor? Do you think you'll get enough votes to win to be the president of the procrastinators club if we get around to having the vote? But anyways, so if for by some reason that you thought you missed your opportunity and you still wanted to donate to that, you can still go to wishconvoy.org and find me there, and They got me listed in the second position of fundraising at this point for individuals. Or you can find me on the Hot Shot team page, which is number 1, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah?
The Hot Shot team page is number 1. So you can go into the team page and find myself or Kyle there and make a donation all the way to Father's Day. And I can officially say that I will have one more fundraising event to do. It's going to be done by the Brandywine Polo Club, which is about 40 minutes southwest of Philly. So I don't know how close we're getting to your break, but we can elaborate on that if you like. I don't know where we got to stop here, if we got another minute or whatever. But
yeah, we're getting close. So yeah, we're less than a minute away. You were talking about the road check kicking off here at the midnight hour, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. In the state of Nevada, they conducted hundreds of commercial vehicle inspections during a targeted initiative several weeks ago, and they released the numbers late last week. That's what they called their rural blitz that took place throughout USA Parkway, Douglas County, Lyon County, Churchill County, Mineral County. The numbers here, as far as citations, inspections, and violations out of service, I'm thinking are pretty much off the charts. I'll give you more on the numbers there. First, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration has been blocked from laying off government employees.
The ruling pauses the implementation of the president's executive order that allows the administration to fire federal workers. The restraining order stops the administration from laying off employees at 21 departments and agencies for 2 weeks. The ruling also states that the president should seek help from Congress to implement these changes.
Early estimates say the new tax plan from House Republicans would cost nearly $5 trillion.
New numbers released Saturday night by the nonpartisan House Joint Committee on Taxation shows the Republican-approved budget allows for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, contingent on the Republican majority being able to find $2 trillion in spending cuts. The final details of the plan are expected to be unveiled Monday afternoon. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Monday. Ah, yes, indeed. We left off there with horse feathers. So we got the Polo Club coming up next month, right?
Yeah. So that'll be on lucky Friday the 13th of June. So anyways, yeah, I'm hoping through the week this week we'll get some graphics back from the Polo people and have links to actually be able to buy tickets, because that's how the whole thing will operate there. The Polo Club there, they'll run everything. Operation is normal. They weren't doing a fundraising event, and then so they'll run all the ticket sales, and then with that they'll take an operation fee off the top, and then everything else above and beyond that goes to the charity. And they're doing it for every Friday night polo match they do, and I believe they do about 18 of them through the season. So we're slated for June 13th there, Friday the 13th, and so we'll be looking forward to that. And it looks like a pretty good partnership, and it's a good area down there. So we got some people I think we can help with social media a little bit, but we're gonna try to see what we can get out there and let the people down there know about the convoy. And I was actually worried about a little bit of signage there to, have banners and stuff made up. And I found a local shop here that does banners and told them about what I wanted. And they said, yeah, we can do like a 30-inch wide by 6 feet long. And they gave me a quote of $300, Your Honor. It's like, holy cow.
Wow.
My budget doesn't allow me to go out and buy a $300 banner for a one-time event. So, I'd be able to use it more than that. But, to start out, trying to do some fundraising, I texted Kyle and told him what I had going on, and he said, yeah, that's way too much. Don't buy that. He says, I got a banner guy there that, what I normally get quotes for and that. So he said, we'll have to try to just come up with another idea and see what we can come up with and make work. So I don't know what we can get done, but in the process of doing the convoy thing, I always go back because I had a couple Hot Shot secret banners up at the at the Convoy site there at the Mannheim Auto Auction, and so I always go back to retrieve the banners because I keep them to use throughout the year, and then I take back and have up there for Make-A-Wish to use on Mother's Day. And so anyways, I'm there, and they're taking down all the stage and everything, and there's a nice big, Make-A-Wish Mother's Day truck convoy banner that's probably 35 feet long and 3.5 feet tall, and the president and CEO, I've already kind of been shut down by the Lancaster people, the Lancaster office, about being able to have anything to use to, be able to see what's going on, and for having signage or anything to borrow. And so I'm standing there with the president and CEO there, Jennifer Davis, and I said, Jennifer, and I've done a lot around there with her and helped them put up stuff before and that, and been out with them. And I said, Jennifer, would you mind turning your back for a minute? And she's like, what are you talking about? Because we were standing out looking at the fire truck and everything, and there was a pretty good group of all the Make-A-Wish people there from the corporate office of, for the chapter. And so I'm like, just turn your back for a minute and close your eyes. She's like, why? I said, because I'm going to steal that banner you're taking down over the stage and going to use it for the polo game. And she's like, oh, go get it. If you want to use it, go get it. Just make sure we get it back there after you're done. I'm like, well, that was easy. So anyways, I'd gone over and helped pick up the stuff that was from the stage and that, and I'd appropriated the banner into the fire truck, and the person in charge of the Lancaster office is like, so where'd that banner go that was on the stage that you were helping carry over here? I said, yeah, the Jennifer said I could borrow it there for my polo event, so I guess she told me to put it in the fire truck and use it. And so the person there in charge of Lancaster kind of said, well, okay, just make sure we get it back.
Right.
After she previously had told me that there was nothing for me to use. So anyways, I don't know. Whether it's right or not, I don't know. But I have it. I'm going to use it, and I'll get it back to them, and so we'll see. But I really didn't want to be sitting somewhere and in a area where there might be a ability to actually have people actually see who I am and actually, want to donate to Make-A-Wish. And there's a lot of corporate people that show up at these polo games, and if there's any way to get a corporation to come over and help, I mean, that's really what I was, my whole goal of this polo was for, is to try to get into a bigger market, or, get possibly businesses involved. So anyways, we're gonna roll the dice and see what we do and all that, and we'll keep updates out here about that. Probably try to do a few more updates on it. And but anyways, I did wake up early this morning. I got my 4 o'clock deal for this Monday morning, but I woke up early, and I guess I was supposed to wake up early, because what a call from the Rubber Duck there about his breakfast thing and all that. That's pretty amazing. And I mean, that was really kind of touching, that what that call was. So anyways, speaking of a lady like that, my wife's aunt's, like, I believe she's 89, and you wouldn't think she's a day over 75. You put her somewhere probably between like 72, 75. 4 or 5 days a week, she gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym. As Rubber Duck was saying about this other lady, she's got a car, she drives everywhere. She still has a job that she works part-time 3 days a week at like 6 hours a day.
Wow.
And I mean, I guess being active and working and all that is what keeps her young at heart and her body going and everything the way it does. But an amazing lady, just lives out in the Arizona area, and her husband passed during COVID. We didn't get out there to see my wife's uncle before he passed because we had tickets, and then COVID shut the whole world down and screwed everything up. But she's done well ever since then, and kept herself active, and just goes on and enjoys life. And so anyways, But yeah, other than that, we had a good weekend. It was kind of a relaxing day yesterday, and kind of, as I put a post up there, felt really strange to wake up at 8:30 on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning that's Mother's Day and not be in Lancaster.
Not be heading out for the convoy. Yeah,
absolutely.
A little different.
This past convoy was my 10th convoy. You know, even through the COVID years, we still did a virtual convoy that I was able to be part of. We didn't go to Lancaster for that, but then the next year it was an amended one, and they had the top 100 come and do that. And then by, I guess it was 22, we kind of got back to being the normal, trying to get set up and going. And so for 24, 25, I think the convoy's kind of back. So now we gotta continue on the building stage to make it bigger. So we'll see where we go with that. But again, thank you to everybody out there that's helped do the contribution, because this isn't just my part in the convoy. This is everybody else's part out there that's helped me just to put it through me to get it there. So it's not me. It's everybody else out there that, you know, I just bring together, and I greatly appreciate it. And actually, I appreciate being the one to be able to go there to do it, Your Honor, because once you get to convoys, it's really one of those events, you know, kind of like your Haverkamp deal. Once you get there, there's really nothing else is like it. There's a lot of fundraising stuff that goes on, but everyone has its own individual personality, and it's pretty amazing to see how they go and happen and everything. So. But again, thank you to everyone, and we'll let you go out there and do some due diligence, I hope, Your Honor, because I'm going to go take a nap in about 5 minutes, because I'm not supposed to load till 4 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. Well, all right, that'll be a good nap. Thank you very much. So a successful weekend. I did see there, Ashton Mario Kart made it out to the convoy and got to ride in the convoy. Got a new monkey, stuffed monkey. Not a real thing, but a big smile on Mario Kart's face there. So that was good. Beautiful weekend there. Morning, Double R.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, brother?
Not too bad. How was your weekend?
Well, it went well. We spent Mother's Day with Nita's old Debbie. You met Debbie, her oldest sister, and got to go to church with her for on Mother's Day, and enjoyed that. But real quick, like Steve, I'm gonna say congratulations to my Indiana Pacers for beating Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. So it's a good playoff series this year. So. Basketball, by the way. And you was talking about that ordeal there, that crash.
And Double R, boom, just like that, disappearing. Lost his signal there. The Chattanooga crash, yeah. Maybe he'll dial us back up about 15 before the hour. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty, rolling into the greatest day of the week. It's a Monday. Who we got on board there? Not seeing a name.
Hello?
Hey, that would be you. Morning.
Good morning, Steve. I was curious if you heard anything about the BNS Railroad that in Holbrook, Arizona. I was traveling there last Friday around lunchtime, and as I was going by the train, there was, I don't know, maybe 100 containers on the train, and there was probably 30 of the containers wide open, and cargo was falling out.
Really?
I called the local police department, and I called BNSF Railroad, and there was freight falling out, and there were the containers, one stacked on another one, and at least 30 containers were wide open, and freight was falling all over the place. Holbrook, Arizona, BNSF Railroad. I didn't know. I looked on the news and I couldn't see anything.
That's interesting. No, I can't say that I had seen anything in relation to that, though.
Yeah, on one container, it looked like it was like washing machines, and the washing machines, the great big boxes, had fallen down, and they were literally in between the railroads, the 2 units of trains. I called the police department, and they contacted BNSF Railroad, and said they're going to contact the conductor and stop the train, and I figured it would make news, and I couldn't find anything on it.
How about that? Yeah, that's... So, I mean, I know that there's a lot of theft taking place, you know, people breaking into these cargo containers. Maybe they had broken the seals or whatever, left the doors open, and I'll do some search and see what I can dig up, yeah.
That'd be great. I'd love to hear a follow-up on that. All right. Well, you have a good night now, Steve.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Very interesting. All right. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. All right, who we got checking in there? Jeffrey, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Ready for a good show. There you go. That was about an hour ago. Good to have you on board there in Florida. You're getting some rain, some much-needed rain there. Speaking of, there's Philip. Good morning from Florida. I guess I'm assuming you might be rolling in the rain this morning. Is that affirmative?
That is affirmative. 10-4 on that one, buddy. Yeah, I'm running pretty good storms here. It ain't no thunderstorm, but it's raining pretty good there. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing well.
Hey, Steve, over the weekend I got to watching a little bit of YouTube, and I found out some documentaries out there. And you remember that Beirut bombing where that storage facility blew up there and caused that massive explosion that everybody saw? You know, they actually saw the concussion happening and everything. Remember that one back in 2020?
Yes.
You know, I was looking at this documentary, and they were talking about, you know, that was ammonium nitrate. Everybody thought it was fertilizer, but it wasn't. It was actually explosive-grade ammonium nitrate that had been shipped off of or been turned down off a ship because that ship-owned deal owed money to the Lebanese government, and they actually sank out there in the port of Beirut. And ended up that their what they were doing caused that massive explosion. Did you ever hear any more about that story, Steve?
I remember when it all unfolded, and I have no recollection of what actually caused the explosion or any of that.
Well, this ship, which was owned by one of the head Russian guys, picked up a load of ammonium nitrate out of Georgia, and it came down. It stopped several times before it got to Beirut. It actually hauled some machinery in the process, which they think that's what part of the things that might have damaged the ship to make it where it was unseaworthy. And that's what happened when it got to Lebanon. When it got to Lebanon, they did an inspection on it out in the sea there, and they said, this is unsafe. You can't be having this ship out here. So they quarantined it kind of and kept it there, and it just stayed there. Eventually, they had to make a decision, and they brought it into Beirut, and they offloaded the cargo on it, and they put it in a warehouse. Well, the boat went out to where the breakwaters are, and that sank out there eventually, and it's there to this day. But when they stored this stuff, they stored it with fireworks and a bunch of other stuff, and it just set it off.
Wow.
The chemical reaction is what caused that. And what amazed me was, initially, the ship had 2,700 tons, over 2,700 tons of this ammonium nitrate on it. Now, they estimated what was in that warehouse to be about 900 tons of it. But it still created the world's largest man-made explosion other than nuclear ordnance. And it will always be known as that unless something else happens like this. And it's amazing. I don't know, Steve, can you hear that rain in the background?
I sure do. Yeah, it's flat out like peeing on a rock.
Oh, it is, man. I'll tell you what, this is more than that. This is like a gusher on a rock out here, but I'm having to take it slow here, too. I'm about 10 miles underneath the speed limit, slower down here a little bit. But it's an interesting story from the aspect of how this ship ended up in Beirut, and there's a lot of unanswered questions about it. The Lebanese people are really still upset about it. So I just thought I'd mention that. If anybody has a chance, look on YouTube. There's a bunch of documentaries on it. I just saw one, but you can see a lot of different ones. And it's a lot of questions about things that we don't know happen. You can find them out in some of these documentaries. I'm not saying that they're correct. Don't get me wrong. Don't believe everything that's on the web, but this one here is pretty documented. I checked a lot of different places, and a lot of the information they were talking about is legit. And makes you wonder what the heck you got sitting around you. And a gentleman just called in about the railroad. That happens quite a bit. I mean, that happens quite a bit. And they put those containers so close to each other. Sometimes the freight doesn't fall out; it stays up on the car in between. The only time it falls out is when they make a turn, and it'll slip out the side. But there have been many container doors open on trains going down the track. I mean, that's been well documented, and it happens. And there's a lot of theft out there, and makes you wonder what's going on today, Steve. So that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm going to get back to my rain driving right now.
Yes, safe travels there, because I suggested Philip's probably going to he'd be rolling to work in the rain this Monday, and yes, indeed. Let me give you the rest of the numbers here in regards to the commercial vehicle enforcement blitz. They called it Rural Blitz that took place here a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, this was the Nevada Highway Patrol Division of the Nevada State Police, the Region 2 Commercial Enforcement Unit. Now, as I said, the goal was promoting safer roadways. Now, during the blitz, 283 inspections taking place. With 283 inspections, 604 total violations, 67 drivers placed out of service, 67 vehicles placed out of service. Those sound overwhelming as far as, are there that many unsafe trucks out there? Just insane. Meanwhile, on a positive note here, one final industry headline as we close out this particular hour. I guess the stars all aligned. The good Lord said it's not your time. Multiple agencies rescuing a truck driver who was electrocuted in Minnesota late last week. The Meesville Fire Department dispatched after receiving a call about a semi that made contact with the power line near a grain elevator. Firefighters were advised the semi was on fire. The driver was suffering cardiac arrest due to electrocution. There just happened to be utility crews nearby who were able to come in, shut off the power. Truck driver was able to be extricated from the truck. Ultimately, CPR and electric shock to get his pulse back. And he was hospitalized, ultimately in stable condition. It's amazing how sometimes things actually work out positive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration has been blocked from laying off government employees.
A federal judge in California is temporarily blocking the Trump administration from laying off thousands of government employees. The ruling pauses the implementation of the president's executive order that allows the administration to fire federal workers. The restraining order stops the administration from laying off employees at 21 departments and agencies for 2 weeks. The ruling also states that the president should seek help from Congress to implement these changes.
Early estimates say the new tax plan from House Republicans would cost nearly $5 trillion.
New numbers released Saturday night by the nonpartisan House Joint Committee on Taxation shows the Republican-approved budget allows for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, contingent on the Republican majority being able to find $2 trillion in spending cuts. The final details of the plan are expected to be unveiled Monday afternoon. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The mayor of Newark, New Jersey says he was targeted for arrest during a protest at an ICE detention center in his city on Friday.
They obviously targeted me. I wasn't the only one out there. They came directly to me.
Mayor Raz Baraka, who's also running for governor, says the site's not legally permitted and that he, as mayor, had every right to be there.
I'm the mayor of the city. I have the right to go anywhere in this city, particularly in places where I think our laws are being violated.
No charges have been filed. Baraka was accompanied by 3 members of Congress at the protest, but he was the only person arrested. I'm Lisa Carton.
The end of jury selection in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trial in New York has been pushed to tomorrow.
The judge in the case granted the request from the defense. Prosecutors opposed the change, saying it could cause delays Monday. That's when the opening statements are expected to begin. Combs has pleaded not guilty to racketeering, sex trafficking, and other charges. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Pope Leo XIV called for world peace as he delivered his first Sunday blessing, making note of conflicts raging around the globe, including Ukraine and Gaza. The Archbishop of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Cupich, tells ABC's This Week that Leo, who was born in Chicago, is in a position to make a big difference.
It'll give people another opportunity to take a second look at what Francis was saying, but in the words and the voice of an American who speaks like an American. I think that's going to be very powerful going forward.
While speaking from the balcony of St. Peter's Square, the first American Pope also wished women worldwide, including those in heaven, a happy Mother's Day. Earlier, Pope Leo celebrated a private mass near the tomb of St. Peter. The head of his Augustine order and his brother, John Prevost, attended today's mass at the Vatican. Flights in and out of Newark Liberty Airport are going to be cut over the next few weeks as officials look to reduce the delays and cancellations that have been plaguing New Jersey's largest airport. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy tells NBC's Meet the Press that travelers need to know if they book a flight, they'll actually be able to fly.
In the next several weeks, we're going to have this reduced capacity at Newark. I'm convening a meeting of all the airlines that serve Newark, get them to agree on how they're going to reduce the capacity. So you book, you fly.
Dozens more flights were canceled or delayed this morning at Newark after an equipment outage led to a 45-minute ground stop. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As anticipated. Remember, we've been awaiting that Soviet-era spacecraft that had been orbiting the Earth for like 53 years. Yeah, they knew it was coming back, and indeed it did over the weekend, plunging back into the Earth Saturday. Yeah, the uncontrolled entry confirmed by both the Russian Space Agency and the European Union Space Surveillance and Tracking. Russians indicated it came down over the Indian Ocean. Some experts not so sure of the precise location. The European Space Agency's Space Debris Office also tracked the spacecraft's doom after it failed to appear over a German radar station. Not immediately known how much, if any, of the half-ton spacecraft survived that fiery descent. Experts, of course, have been saying ahead of time, some if not all of it, might come crashing down. But as we had mentioned last week, the odds were much greater that it would come down over an ocean somewhere, and that indeed turned out to be the case. All right, no longer able to resist gravity's tug. The lander was about 3 feet across, was the last part of the spacecraft to come down. It weighed more than 1,000 pounds, but I guess all's well that ends well, so a done deal. Hey, good morning, Pappy.
Morning, Steve. Gravity's a powerful thing.
It is indeed.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, Steve, glad to get through that weekend, man. There was a guy on the honor guard. He said he was in the United States Army. He was on the honor guard in the Army. He said he's done over 1,200 funerals. And he said by far this one was probably one of the biggest, or the biggest that he's ever been a part of.
Really? I mean, any idea how many law enforcement were there? I mean, I was watching some of the coverage over the weekend. I mean, the procession, just an astronomical turnout from all over the region.
Yeah. They had the city motorcycles up in front of everybody. After them, it was the hearse with 4 county motorcycles surrounding the hearse. Obviously, behind the hearse was the family. There's 2 vans. And then our bigwigs with the sheriff's office, the admin, the sheriff, and chief. And then Larry's car, which was driven by one of the bomb techs. And then the bomb truck directly behind Larry's car. Couldn't really see behind us, but man, Steve, let me tell you something. I've been a part of many processions and stuff, and not just with death, but with other stuff. And I'm telling you what, Larry worked out in Anderson Township. So, and he worked a lot of details at Mercy Anderson. So I think he's been working it since he was in corrections, man, for over 30 years. So anyway, they requested and was granted that the procession would come by Mercy Anderson. And Steve, I'm telling you, man, when we got off 275 and we turned down Beachmont Avenue and entered into Anderson Township and seen all them people lined up on Beachmont Avenue on both sides of the street with flags and holding their hands over their heart. I'll tell you what, Steve, it was touching, man. Very touching. And made our way to the Cintage, and really I kind of got a look at the back of the line. Once we pulled in, I was able to jump out. Actually, down at the cemetery, too, when we got there. Kind of jumped out of the truck. Took some videos of the cars, pulling in behind us. And, dude, we just parked on what daggone it, what is that down there? At the end of Spring Grove. Just took the whole street up. It's pretty amazing. I don't know if you happen to watch the eulogy or not. It was a lieutenant. It was a day UIC out in the 5. And man, he gave one heck of a eulogy, man. It was pretty awesome. Matter of fact, I trained him, Steve. Back then, usually right now we do laterals, and but back in them days, you had to work with jail first before you would come out to patrol. And so when Lieutenant Dave came out to patrol, you had to go through 3 months of training. I was on second shift at the time, so I was always like everybody's second coach. So I trained him, man. Steve, I trained a lot of people. But anyway, the flag folder, part of the honor guard, was Lee. He's the one I went to bomb school with. He was the flag folder on the honor guard. You couldn't ask for better weather, man. It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it really was. And man, it was a late day, late night. By the time I got home, Steve, I think it was like 6 o'clock, 5:36, and them guys wanted to go out and to a drinking establishment to drink a couple toasts. And Steve, I was afraid to drive, man. I didn't, I was just like, I'm like, guys, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it, man. I'm scared to drive. Honestly, I'm just so tired. And Lee texted me, nah, man, I got you. I'm picking you up. So he picked me up. We went on out there, and by the time I got home, I was cooked. I was smoked, man. I think I slept for the first time in 3 days. Probably got, I don't know, fell asleep, woke up, probably slept 8 hours, woke up, fell asleep for 4 hours, woke up, went back to bed, fell asleep for 6 hours. It was just, man, needed the rest. Finally, I think I'm caught up, finally get over this. Oh, man, at our age, Steve, it don't get no easier losing sleep, buddy. I'm telling you, man. It takes its toll on you. But, yeah, what a beautiful weekend, man. I got out and cut the grass yesterday, got out and cut it again today. Lowered the blade. Now I'm looking at the weather and I'm talking the rain again. Dang, almost a chance of rain every day for the next week or so. So it'll keep on growing.
Mm-hmm.
How was the Mother's Day, man?
All went well. Of course, the princess has her sisters in town and her mama's here. So they all went out to the Vina Colette for a Mother's Day dinner. Enjoyed that.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Absolutely. Yeah. Steve, I had the whole house all by myself. Mercedes got up and I guess made her rounds with her kids. And, man, I just enjoyed myself here. Got out, like I said, cut the grass. Sat out on the deck probably till about 10:30 tonight. Just a beautiful night, man. Just peachy. So, all right, brother. Really, that's about all I got, man. Sitting here rolling squares. Back to work tomorrow.
Okay.
I can see uniforms already put together. So I don't have to mess around with that. All I got to do is make sure I got enough smokes for the next 2 days, man. I'll be good to go. Stock up on Mountain Dew and cigs, man. It's funny as anybody knows me, I say, well, there's Pappy. He's got his Mountain Dew and cigarette. So, all right, brother. Get the week started, man. Greatest day of the week. Probably talk at you tomorrow. Make a bunch.
Well, thank you for the update. I know it was kind of an emotional weekend. Yeah, but yes, like I said, an incredible turnout. Law enforcement vehicles from all over the region. All right, 844-844-3388. On Monday.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, for most of us, it's a Monday. For Brain Dead, he's looking to kick off his weekend. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. It sounds like you did have a good weekend getting rid of the princess and having a quiet time with the dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. We had a little NASCAR race today, and I know our cow patty friend there was out there because I seen some of his posts on Facebook. But, yeah, Kyle Larson won the race. Christopher Bell came in second. Ryan Blaney came in third. But, you know, the one thing that I found interesting is Chase Briscoe finished fourth. And that is his first ever top 5 finish in his whole career. Because, remember, Martin Truex Jr. retired last year, and he's had some big shoes to fill. And those are some pretty big shoes to fill. Now, I know Denny Hamlin had issues there about 70 laps to go with his clutch and starter deciding to have a conversation with one another. So that's why Denny was up there most of the last stage. He was up there top 5 around that area. Keselowski was in the second place and he got taken out. And he was having a very good run. And like we said Friday, the Keselowski, it may be the crew chief. It may be the cars. I don't know. A lot of people are pointing the finger that he's starting to be this whole what do you call it, a renewal of Tony Stewart. But we had 7 cautions for 37 laps, 13 lead changes among 9 drivers. So it was a pretty good race. Also, too, Carson Hocevar and Chris Buescher's car will be going back to the R&D Center for some research and development, too. But, Steve, did you hear about the truck race that happened Saturday night?
I did not.
Oh, but if you get a chance, go back and look at the end of the race when Carson Hocevar, who won the race, was coming up to the start-finish line. Now, he was literally like right up on start of the start-finish line, and he has his hand out the window, giving everybody the old number 1 salute.
Really?
So a lot of the fans and crews are kind of ticked off about that. But also, too, Riggs also finished second in that race. Well, he finished second, but is officially scored in 31st. Why, you ask? Well, he was disqualified because his the cover that goes over the bed was a little bit too loose, too, Steve. Also, too, talking about Kyle Larson, he is targeting a November run at the Australian Supercars, the 27th of November. Now, this is way after the whole end of the NASCAR season. So now he's going to run for Premier Air, which is one of the premier teams in V8 Supercars. Roland Dane is going to be his mentor because this is the first time he's ever ran the Super V8, the V8 Supercars down there, and it's going to be interesting to see because Kyle Larson can win about anything you put him into, but these cars are a lot different than they look similar to NASCAR, but they handle a lot different. I mean, there's not many of the NASCAR guys, racing guys, that can go down there and actually be competitive. So if he gets a top 10 finish, I'm going to be surprised out of this. Not saying he's a bad driver, but like I said, there's a total different setup because Shane Van Gissenberg was one of the very successful V8 Supercar drivers that came to NASCAR, and you look how he's done so far this year too, Steve. Now, let me change gears here for a minute because I have an NIL update for you and baseball too. Did you see the story, the update story about the Pirate fan that fell 20 feet at the game?
Yeah, you sent that to me. I'm surprised he's alive.
Yeah, and me and Dingy one there got into it. No, it's not. It's not a criminal charge. He was probably drunk and caught that baseball and fell overboard. But I'll let you read that story in a bit. But did you honestly happen to see though the Padres game Saturday night?
I did not.
21-0.
Wow.
21-0. So they went ahead and fired their coach, Bud Black, and brought in third base coach Warren Schaefer as the interim manager. And this is so funny. One of the sports writers, I love some of these sports writers that I read. They said that this team is so bad, Casey Stengel cannot fix it under the current the former coach. And they're right. They really got a lot of work to do, and the CEO of the team even said that too. But the other thing too is we were talking about the Pirates. Let me back up a minute. The Pirates also fired their coach Derek Shelton last week after a 12-26 start, and now Don Kelly will take over. Remember we were talking about how bad they just stunk this year. So real quick in college football, Notre Dame and Clemson will host a 12-game series starting in 27 through 38. That's going to be a good game, good series. But now to the whole NIL, Steve. Now, Steve, I know you're going to be banging your head against the dang desk there. So, I apologize because the NIL and the whole charter lawsuit is getting out of hand. But the attorneys filed a revision to the House versus NCAA lawsuit settlement that would allow proposed roster limits through grandfathering of athletes that was guaranteed a roster spot. Now, this would include the 25-26 academic year, who was guaranteed a spot and revoked due to settlement preparations. Now, any decisions would be made at school level, but would still maintain grandfathered athletes status even if they transfer. Now, this filing is in response to the judge's order. The thing we've got to pay attention here is that this could change the landscape of college sports altogether. Now, this has been, like we said, this has been in the works for a long time. But this settlement's been in the works over a year. But the NCAA responded through that retention would be voluntary for schools to ensure that all athletes would be getting what they had before the settlement. And the limit would increase the number of available spots, but lead to walk-on and some partial scholarship athletes to lose their spot. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Because if you're grandfathered in, yes, but you should have to play for your spot like everybody else does. Just because you get NIL money does not make you any different than me and you. Right?
Absolutely.
Now the schools would be required to retain the athletes who had been cut from the roster or will be cut from the roster. But they will create a list for grandfathered athletes because both sides of this are trying to satisfy that judge. And this would be really catastrophic because several athletic directors are hoping the 11th hour deal while voicing frustration that it's taken too dang long. But if this is approved, the schools can make the back payment starting July the 1st. And some of the judges previously in the NCAA cases, in the O'Bannon and Austin cases, have ruled against this. Now, if this is not approved, this will move to a trial, and all parties will have to deal with this next academic year. And you know where I stand on the whole NIL money, and of course everybody else does. But like we've said, though, I'm hoping that maybe either Trump or Saban or somebody can knock some sense into these people.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out there, Brain Dead. But it is, as you said, it's out of control. What a debacle. All right, we'll get a news break here. Roll it into a Monday. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he might rename the Persian Gulf during his upcoming visit to the Middle East.
Trump spoke to reporters Wednesday about his scheduled trip to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. He was asked about recent reports that he was going to rename the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf.
I'll have to make a decision.
Saudi Arabia and other Arab states have commonly called it the Arabian Gulf. Iran's foreign minister, however, says the proposed name change is politically motivated. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A federal judge is warning the Trump administration that a reported plan to send some illegal immigrants to Libya would clearly violate an earlier order banning that act.
The White House has increasingly turned to unconventional means to speed up mass deportations, which have lagged previous administrations, and after the courts blocked the deportation of migrants to a notorious prison in El Salvador without due process. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Plenty to cover here on a Monday. We'll get back to Buckwheat. Going to give us an update on the Mother's Day convoy. First, let me get to Double R. What, your battery die or what?
No, I was in cell hell.
Oh, okay.
Coming out of Nashville. I'm on 24 going toward, well, I'm past it now, but for some ungodly reason, between Clarksville and Nashville, climbing them hills there, my phone just gets really stupid on me. I'm sorry about that. But anyhow, you had a good weekend?
Yes, we did, yeah. Aubrey celebrated her 5th birthday.
Yeah, I know. That's hard to believe, buddy. That is hard to believe. But anyhow, you didn't watch. Well, you don't get into basketball very much, do you?
Not really. No, just the March Madness thing. That's about it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, well, I was watching our Indiana Pacers tonight, and they playing the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs, and that was a good game. But anyhow. That deal, Steve, now, and you're going to know exactly where I'm talking about. Coming across Georgia out of Ringo into Fort Chattanooga, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They have got that. I mean, it is an absolute mess. They're doing construction right there where 75 and 24 meet, all the way down to where you go down the hill, down into Chattanooga.
That's all under construction. They're widening it. Well, coming down north on 75, I mean, they have got plenty of construction signs to let you know what's going on. Well, I-24 used to be a left-handed exit. Right there. Well, it's a right-handed exit now. And we went through there over the weekend 3 times. We went Thursday. It was not the weekend. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning. We went back toward Nashville, and we got stuck in that traffic. I mean, it is literally backed up miles. Okay, people wanting to get on 24 or whatever. This is my suspicions, okay? These truck drivers, you're in the far right 2 lanes to exit off of on the 24. Well, your other 2 left lanes will run you around and run you to 75 north. And these truck drivers would get in that left lane because I don't know if they've got these Mexican jumping beans in their ass or what, but they don't have the patience to sit and wait and work. They have to go left lane, haul ass, get back over in the right lane and cut. They don't care who they cut off. And my suspicions, now this is just me talking, that truck driver was an Amazon Prime truck. Okay? They hire a lot of damn foreign drivers that don't know squat from Shinola, okay, is what they don't know how to, they're illiterate. And anyhow, I bet that's what happened. He got in the left lane. I mean, they got one speed, and it's to the floor, and they're gone. I mean, and I bet that's what happened. He got in the left lane, zoomed up through there like a rape tape, and cut them cars off and caused that mess. I'd almost lay money on it, and I can't wait till June. You said June's when they're supposed to do all this. English thing or
correct?
Ain't it June? I think. Yeah, man, I can't wait till they get that because the reason I say that is these hot shot trucks, are they allowed to carry 40,000 pounds for such a little bitty truck with just because they got tandem wheels on the back end of these trailers? I mean, I talked to a dude the other day, had a Dodge Ram 3500. That thing was squatted. Looked like he was trying to ride a wheelie. But anyhow, he had four vehicles on the back of this on this trailer. 3 pickups and a car. And his ass end was, it was literally squatted down. And I asked him, I said, how much weight you guys allowed to carry? And he looked at me, he goes, me not understand, me don't speak English. I said, how much weight is allowed on your trailer? Well, some ungodly reason, he picked it up, and he said, 40,000 pounds. I said, you've got to be kidding me. Are they allowed to carry that much weight?
Boy, I'm not sure.
That's a lot of weight for an F3 or a 3500. No wonder you got Air Dog and all them in business. These people tearing their trucks all to hell. But I was just curious about that. I was just thought I'd throw that question out there. Maybe we got some hotshot drivers out here that can, answer that. But anyhow, I sure wish NASA would have delayed my run tonight, but it is what it is. But anyhow, that's all I wanted to talk to you about, Steve. It wasn't nothing really big. this crash, it really, it was a mess. It really was. And I just, being out here on the road for over 40 years and then seeing these that are coming out and these drivers, I mean, it's just like they got to go, and they don't care who they're going to get from. It's crazy. And there's no sense in it, And now we have innocent families that were either trying to get home from seeing their mother or on their way to see their mother or whoever are dead. Bless her, God rest their soul. But, it's crazy. There's no sense in it. Really, there's not. But that's all I got. I'm listening to you. We got to be in Elwood, Illinois in the morning. So you're doing a good job keeping me awake, brother. I've been up all day. I got a toothpick in my left eye, and my other one is wide open. And I got you tuned in, buddy. So
all right. Well,
we're doing good.
Safe travels out there. Thanks for dialing us back up, Double R. Yeah, that kind of goes, what he's talking about right there with these drivers coming in from other countries. It's a big topic as of late. Here's an example out of Columbus, Ohio, last week. A truck driver facing charges after causing serious damage to the back nine of a golf course. The North Star Golf Club, Columbus, Ohio, according to ABC6, Gurpreet Dhaliwal entered the golf course in his semi-truck at the clubhouse. He drove through the back nine of the course until he reached the 12th hole. A bridge at the 16th hole was destroyed in the incident. Police called to the scene confronting Dhaliwal, who told officers he was lost, you think. Police say he could not provide a coherent reason why he would be driving a semi-truck through a golf course. The semi-truck had no license plate at the time of the incident. Police were able to identify the vehicle through its insurance card. This rig was reportedly involved in a crash the night before the golf course incident. Dhaliwal refused to submit to a breath or urine test, but officers did locate unidentified pills in his truck cab. Those pills have not yet been tested. Dhaliwal arrested on charges of felony fourth-degree vandalism, operating a vehicle while impaired, and prohibited acts while driving a commercial vehicle. The judge then ordered him released on a $500 recognizance bond. He's not allowed to travel except to and from his address in New York. But they've got a preliminary hearing set for later this week on the 16th. What are you doing in the middle of a golf course? You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, I'm lost. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. Getting a new week underway.
Yes. I want to thank you. And Brother God, I think it was a perfect weekend this past weekend. I mean, we didn't even have to break a sweat. Actually, Saturday there was a little windy, but, I'm not quite as good as Horse Feathers. He said this is his 10th convoy that he was involved with. This is my first one that I actually participated in, and I think it went pretty good. I thought they had more trucks there than they did other years. I have not seen no numbers yet, but one thing you're talking about, these drivers that don't speak any English and they do stupid things. That was one thing I noticed there at the trucking convoy. There was a bunch of drivers there that were more or less the old school truck drivers, the ones that, it was just a different type of driver that was there than what you meet out on the regular road. And then, and I was thinking they're going through the convoy and the people standing along the sides and stuff, It was actually nice to feel appreciated, I mean, you know, somebody giving you a pat in the back, you know, and, you know, just for the job you do. And yeah, Ashton Mario Kart there, he was having a high old time. He was smiling all day long, and he had both hands out the window waving at the people, and I tried to get him to blow the air horn. I told him when we started, you know, he's in charge of the air horn. Well, he got the wave and forgot to blow the air horn, and, you know, and so the people wanted the air horn. So yeah, we were going back and forth, and then my company actually we had 2 trucks in the convoy. My truck, and then one of the older trucks. I'm not sure what year it is, but it's the old style Peterbilt and the long hood, and we were sitting there side by side, staging, waiting to go out. You know, the convoy was supposed to start at 1:30, and it was about 2:30 till we actually moved where I was sitting at. And then it took us about an hour to get through the convoy. But anyhow, you know, these trucks would go down the line before they were staged. One would blow the horn and, you know, travel down the line. And so I blew my horn, and my fellow driver there, co-worker, he went and blew his horn, but his happened to be one of those train horns, and all Ashton about came off the seat. And I remember back when I first started for this company, and we used to park at the owner's house at the farm, and I drove that truck, you know, when I first started, and we have all our trucks are equipped with battery cutoffs, and so I came in the morning, and like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm, you know, half awake and sort of rushing around trying to get going, and I went to flip the battery cutoff. Well, right beside the battery cutoff is this horn handle, and I blew that train horn, and it went off right beside me, and I about jumped up inside the truck because it scared the living daylights out of me, and I was like, all day long, I was thinking, I'm going to be fired when I get back. The boss heard that horn, and he's going to fire me when I get back. And I was so worried about it, but, you know, thankfully the boss claims he never heard it, so, you know, that was nice. But, yeah, I thought it was a good turnout. It seemed like there was a lot of people there at the doing the activities. I thought more than what it was last year. And I'm not sure about how many people were watching it, you know, compared to other years, because I was never out on the route. You know, I was always at the Mannheim Auto Auction, you know, participating in those activities. But so anyhow, yeah, it's yeah. I also thought of this morning. I said, you know, I thought I was almost fired for blowing the train horn. Well, my wife, when I was worked for another company, I sort of left go from one company and found a job at another place, and we ended up at a Christmas banquet at the Hershey Lodge, which is a real ritzy motel, you know, conference center in our area, and we just went past the owners of the company and thanked them for giving me a job and giving me an opportunity to work. And then my wife went to the bathroom with a bunch of her girlfriends, you know, how the women do. Mm-hmm. And she was there, and she got to talking with her girlfriends there, and she says, oh, I guess they were talking about staying at the motel. And my wife says, oh, we'll never stay at this motel. Dale works at this company. We'll never get to stay at this one. Well, here comes the owner's wife out of the stall, and she just looked at my wife and smiled, and my wife came back. She was almost in tears. She said, I got you fired. I'm sorry. I got you fired. I got you fired. I said, no, I don't think they'll fire me for that, because they'll understand that, you know, with what they pay me, I can't afford stuff like that. But yeah, we have a good time to laugh at stuff that we do from time to time. But yeah, so yeah, I want to thank Horse Feathers there. I'm not too good at this Facebook stuff, and he actually helped me set up a link that people could link to my page to donate. But I tried, and it didn't work, and he hooked me up, and so Horse Feather there is a good guy. He's an upright character there, and I know he's sleeping, so we can mind. And we're driving on our way to New York City again. They seem like they keep eating here in New York City, and we just have to keep bringing them more food. But well, thanks for what you're keeping us awake this morning, and that's about all I have. I guess I'll speak at you later.
Thank you for the update. Glad y'all had beautiful weather for the convoy this weekend, and Mario Kart. I forgot to mention his new monkey there.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Coming up, we'll hear from Plowboy, Eagle on board here on a Monday. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Now, here's another involving Amazon. A Connecticut man facing more than a dozen charges connected to a years-long trucking scheme to defraud Amazon out of $3 million. 24-year-old Amir Nasir, indicted by a federal grand jury on 13 counts of wire fraud, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Connecticut. Nasir was arrested May the 8th, has since been released on a $300,000 bond, but officials described the scheme. As alleged in the indictment, Amazon Logistics, the Amazon subsidiary, contracts with various interstate trucking businesses to transport both empty trailers and trailers containing heavy loads of freight around the country. Between warehouses, fulfillment centers operated by Amazon, Nasir registered 23 trucking businesses with Amazon Logistics. One of the accounts was actually created in the name of Nasir's business, which was Pack Express Transport, LLC. Others created fraudulently using the names and identifying information of other trucking or transportation companies without the knowledge of the operators of those companies. Between approximately December of 2019 and February of 2021, Nasir used these accounts to sign up for more than 1,000 transportation assignments with Amazon Logistics. Manipulated information in Amazon Logistics Transportation Management System to misrepresent that he had completed trailer movements when he had not, and then submitting fraudulent invoices to Amazon Logistics that were indeed subsequently paid. Through this scheme, defrauding Amazon, as I said, of more than $3 million. Wow. All right, off the coast of, where is this? The coast of Oregon. They've been saying for weeks, this massive volcano is predicted to be imminent eruption. The actual seamount is a mile-wide underwater volcano about 300 miles off the coast of Oregon. And according to the National Science Foundation's ocean observations, they've seen a rise in earthquakes under the seamount caused by the magma pushing up to the surface. I'll give you more details coming up as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, kicking off a brand new week.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with emulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's ready to restart negotiations in order to secure the end to the Ukraine war, suggesting that talks could begin next week in Turkey. During an interview on ABC's This Week, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Putin has been doing whatever is possible to solve the problem.
President Putin is open for peace negotiations without any preconditions. And this is what he was proposing for the last couple of weeks.
The announcement comes after the leaders of Britain, France, Germany, and Poland visited Kiev on Saturday. The 5 leaders were calling for a truce beginning on Monday. Hamas says they're going to release the last American hostage being held in Gaza as part of an effort to reach a ceasefire agreement. In a statement today, Hamas said Israeli-American Eden Alexander will be released to help achieve a ceasefire and allow humanitarian aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. The Department of Defense is moving quickly to remove roughly 1,000 transgender service members from the U.S. military.
Active duty trans service members are given 30 days and reservists 60 days to voluntarily leave or be forced out. The order follows a recent Supreme Court ruling which gave thumbs up to the Trump administration to follow through on a transgender military ban. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth released a video on X Thursday explaining the move, saying,
"This is the president's agenda. This is what the American people voted for."
John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Smokey Robinson is expressing his frustration over a sexual assault lawsuit which was filed against him earlier this week.
Robinson says he's appalled by the claims made by 4 of his former employees. The Motown legend's lawyer called the accusations false and vile. The civil suit was filed by the ex-employees, all women, and details multiple accusations, including sexual battery. The plaintiffs are seeking $50 million in damages. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The California governor's office is pushing back on skyrocketing gas price projections.
The governor's office is disputing a report that says gas prices in California could top $8 a gallon by late 2026. A report from a USC professor said the scheduled closures for 2 refineries in the state would cut fuel production by more than 20% over 3 years. Experts say the reduced output would lead to higher gas prices. Gavin Newsom's office is pushing back, saying the report is bankrolled by Saudi Arabia and it's based on guesswork.
3 members of the NYPD are facing charges after they were arrested last night.
Police say 24-year-old James Laws was arrested in Queens, accused of grand larceny, criminal mischief, and harassment. There were 2 arrests in Brooklyn. 34-year-old Jessica McGriff, a probationary officer, faces possession of stolen property and other charges. And 21-year-old Muhammad Yunus, an NYPD recruit, is charged with petty larceny. Police have not released any details. It's not known whether the arrests are related. I'm Larry Kofsky.
An investigation is underway after a homeowner in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles, found home security footage of an Amazon driver defecating on the front porch.
The video footage shows the Amazon delivery driver dropping off a package, then dropping their shorts to leave behind the smelly delivery. According to the homeowner, Amazon's response to the incident was not apologetic. The homeowner also got video footage of a soiled paper towel that was left in a planter just outside the property. I'm John Fink.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Coming up this hour, we'll give you more details. I guess it started yesterday and continues all week. This is known as National Police Week. I was not aware of that. Big announcement supposed to be coming down today. I guess President Trump expected to sign an executive order to where the American people, we will pay the lowest prices anywhere in the world for pharmaceuticals. That's a big announcement. Meanwhile, I think it was about a week ago, Plowboy brought up, we've got restrictor plate horse racing. That was a new one on us. What he was referencing was the Kentucky Derby there. And essentially, we come to find out that it is true. Yeah, the jockeys are only allowed to strike their horse maximum of 6 times during a race. Well, it turns out the jockey, Junior Alvarado, of the winning horse, has been fined now $62,000 and suspended 2 days as the result of what they call excessive crop use during his winning ride on Sovereignty in the Derby. The Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority issued their ruling Friday after Alvarado met Thursday with stewards from Churchill Downs. Alvarado says, I forgot it was a rule. I was seeing my dream coming true right in front of me. The whip rule was the last thing I had on my mind. I have to pay the consequences, I guess. I've been trained to think, what could I have done different? If I had to do it again, how could I make sure I don't go over? I don't see how, he said. You're about to win the biggest race in the world. I can't think about how many times I'm hitting the horse. I'm just riding. Now, Alvarado said Sovereignty needed his encouragement down the stretch. I have to push. I'm riding a horse who's a heavy horse. He'll give you what he's got, but you have to get to the bottom. He's not going to give you anything for free. You got to make him do it. Either way, we already knew Sovereignty will not be running in the Preakness next Saturday and is expected to return for the final leg of the Triple Crown, the Belmont, on June 7th at Saratoga there, but indeed, restrictor plate horse racing.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, no matter what happens, no Triple Crown this year.
No matter what.
Plus, did you read the full story? I made a misnomer because I was a little bit off when I told you the story. He, now since that was his second time of doing it, the fine structure, I forget how long has it been since it happened. It went from 31 grand to 62 whopping dollars. 62,000 whopping dollars.
It was 30. If you would have struck the horse 7 times, it was 31 grand. But since he struck him 8 times, the fine was doubled. You're right, to 62,000.
Grief, 310 grand when he, so he lost 20%, like in less than a 16th of a damn mile.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, just, Steve, yeah, I'm sorry. I have to say this like our president. You just can't make stuff like this up. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Every damn time we turn around, something is not right. But now I got a question for you. Were you ever a Johnny Cash? I got a question. Were you ever a Johnny Cash fan?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, remember one of them oldies that he put out? The reason why I'm asking, this is a true story. I read it. One piece at a time. Do you believe in anything the New York Post says? I got a question behind it. The reason why I'm asking.
Okay, New York Post is normally, the New York Times is not all that reputable. The Post is usually pretty good.
Okay, good deal. I'm glad we're on the same page now. President Trump kept saying we might get Canada as another state.
Yeah.
We might do it one piece at a time. New York Post put out last night, or the last day and a half, Alberta is looking at seriously. It may be coming.
Really?
And if you get to thinking, they're the more conservative part of it up there, plus Saskatchewan and Manitoba. That's all farm and rural up in there. And if they really look at, if Alberta would come, they might be able to bring more into it. Hell, we might end up with 60 states. Maybe minus Quebec and them juvenile little bastards. But no, I read that and got to looking at it, and I think it was 36 or 39% of the people up there are in favor of it. I mean, and you look at all the oil and natural resources that they have up there, it's a win-win, especially when you look at them jackasses up there. In Quebec, they don't see that. And all they're putting out how bad it's going to be. Which I think they're going to hopefully see it in our favor. Because if we could ship all that oil and gas where it belongs, oh, it would really be fun, and I'd love to see it happen. But I don't know. Thinking about oil and gas. Have you, I think it was an Oil Daily or one of them oil publications, seen where now they're talking about, remember all them capped wells that I and Big Ed and a few others have talked, I even think Sugar Bear talked about them back in the day. They're talking about turning them loose, capped wells, getting them back to pumping again. I think all that down around the Permian Basin in through there.
Right.
And I just heard a news story where Gavin Newsom and them is being beat down, saying they're talking about raising gas prices up to $8 by 2026. And I don't know. But on a lighter note, now I got to get off here. I think you led your USA News into a story. Did you happen to catch that last news break, or were you out having a cigarette?
I caught most of it. I mean, which one was it?
Amazon driver made a double drop at one of his delivery points in Woodland Hills, California.
Yes, how did they reference that? He dropped the stinky delivery.
Yeah, it's like, damn grief. How stupid can you be, especially with all these Ring cameras and yada yada? You got, wow. Yeah, I guess we can go ahead and certify him for this week's DA award. Because, yeah, not a bright man, or whatever he was, but anyway. I don't know. Starting off good, all I can say.
I'm assuming it must have been one of those when you gotta go sort of things. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah. Got that right. One quick question I do have.
Okay.
What are these autonomous trucks going to do? Everybody knows where I'm talking about. Coming up 45 out of Houston towards Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
We got the 72-hour inspection. New Waverly has got a hell of a big coop up there. Are these autonomous trucks going to know to stop there to go to that way station? Because Texas does not have drive-wise, pre-pass or none of that garbage. It would really be fun to hear a report of chopped stop sticks being dropped in front of an autonomous truck because failure to. I'd love to see that one dropped. But anyway, I appreciate it, Steve. You have a good one. Talk to y'all later.
All right. Have a good morning. Thank you very much. There's old Plowboy, 16 past the hour. Yes, I was not aware until I was doing my prep for the program here this past day. Randy Sutton is the founder of Wounded Blue, which is a nonprofit for injured and disabled police officers. Being interviewed on Newsmax, got a little emotional. Yeah, sharing his story, reflecting on a little girl that he met at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial who had lost her father in the line of duty. He said, I'm going to recount one thing, and sometimes it gets a little emotional. Last year, I was by the monument, and there was a lot taking place. I was just visualizing the officers who were literally touching the names of their fallen partners or spouses. And a little girl grabbed a hold of my leg and started crying. And her mother, as she was hugging my leg, and her mother came up to me and knelt by the little girl and said, I wish that was your daddy, but he's not. And she explained to me that the girl's father was killed in the line of duty. And he said that these types of emotions will be felt by police officers all over the D.C. area this week. Kind of a very somber, reverent time. National Police Week occurs in every May. President Trump is expected to deliver a speech at some point this week during National Police Week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, rolling into a brand new day, Monday. See what Eagle has going on this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm rolling back to Texas right now. I should be there tomorrow night. I told you I don't participate in this bogus 3-day inspection deal. I told you that last week because it's all about money, revenue. I've told you that for years now. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to give you a perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example I'm glad I don't go out west anymore. Anybody that's headed out west right now in Arizona, I hope you got plenty of money in your pocket. Arizona is known for having. I've been out there in the past where I've seen so many trucks pulled over. I didn't think they had that many damn law enforcement officers available to pull over trucks in Arizona on Interstate 10 and the Tucson, Phoenix, Arizona area. And that's where they're going to be hitting hard at 40 over in Flagstaff, 10, 17, all three of them. That when you come out of California into Lake Havasu on, what is that, 10 or even 40, whatever the hell it is, they're going to be sitting right, they're going to be right there in that checkpoint waiting for you to take more money out of your pocket. So like I say, you talked earlier, Steve, about trucks being, how many trucks have been put out of service. For all the guys out there who think that their truck is roadworthy and that it's 100% ready to go, keep on thinking that. Just like that one guy who calls your show, I forgot what his name is, the one from New York. He's just like he said, if you want to find something wrong, they'll find something wrong. Whether you could have low washer fluid, you could have one of your lights might not be burning. They can find something. Your horn might not work. If they want to find something, they'll find something. Simple as that. So if you want to participate in it, go ahead and do your thing. I got money in my pocket, Steve. I got enough money to where I can sit at home for 3 days and still have money in my pocket. I don't have to. I'm not giving a damn dime to these people because it's bogus and it's fake. And it really pisses me off, to be honest with you, that they're even allowed to do this in America. The trucks are the lifeblood of America, and I don't know if people realize how long it takes to do an inspection when you pull into one of these facilities. They don't pay you for that. You don't receive one dime for sitting doing an inspection, and then they got the nerve to take money out of your pocket. So enough said. Like I said, I'm not very happy about it. So I'll be at home relaxing, watching television with my legs kicked up on the couch. Now, let me move on. What'd you say?
I'm just laughing. That's 72 hours of R&R, right?
That's right. I'd rather be at home than to deal with that nonsense. Now, let me move on to another subject, Steve, and that's dealing with China. That's dealing with China. Donald Trump, like I said, a lot of people don't like Donald Trump because he's a no-nonsense guy. He tells it like it is and the way it should be, and that's what we've been needing in the White House for the last 4 years, besides this senior citizen that they got the hell out of the White House a couple of months ago. Donald Trump is making things happen. China is ready to come to the negotiating table. They're ready to make a deal, Steve. China is in total chaos right now. They got factories shut down, people out of work. You can't really see it because they don't want it. It's a communist country, and they won't allow cameras in. But there are people out there that telling what's going on.
Right.
And China realizes that they need the United States more than they thought they did, and they're ready to come to the negotiating table and make some kind of deal within the next. You said Trump might come on television tomorrow with an announcement, and I'm pretty sure he will. Steve. Sometimes you have to play hardball. You can't continue to let people cheat you and kick a foot up in your rear end. China's been doing it for years. It's time to bring these jobs and opportunities back to the U.S. for the people that do want to work, and anybody else that don't, that's their problem. But I'm making money, and I'm gonna continue to make money because I like to work and I like to have a pocket full of money. Now, let me say this right quick, Steve, about this other situation. That deal that's going on in Memphis. I don't know if you heard about it, but those police officers that got away with what they did to that young man a couple of years ago, somebody is posting most wanted posters of these individuals on telephone poles in the Memphis area, from what I've been hearing. So, like I said before, the judge, anybody in their right mind, Steve, they said that the jury was out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. They shouldn't have left Memphis to begin with. The jury should have been out of Memphis because that's where the killing took place at. And anybody that's seen the video can clearly see that the man was beat until they killed the man, and yet the officers were still found not guilty of a crime. And it's a damn shame that young man lost his life. Those guys are seen laughing and giggling. I remember I talked to you about this after the incident took place, and I thought for sure when this incident took it, I said, this is 100% case right here. I thought that to these officers are going to jail for what they know where the hell they gonna get away with that. And a couple of years later, what do you know? Those officers are found now guilty, and that's a damn shame. So all I can say to the people in Memphis is they got a raw deal, and if that's the way they run business in Memphis, I damn sure don't want to live there. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. I did a quick search there, and I do indeed see apparently some of those most wanted signs showing up in the Memphis area. Yeah, dead or alive, as the signs read. I will pull up the rest of the story there and share that with you coming up. Meanwhile, news break just around the corner here. Last eruption was in 2015. We're talking about the axial seamount. According to a professor and marine geophysicist with the University of Washington, he said the seafloor has inflated to the level it was a decade ago. Speaking with the Daily Mail, he says, quote, at the moment, there's a couple hundred earthquakes a day, but that's still a lot less than we saw before the previous eruption in 15. He said, I'd say it's going to erupt sometime later this year, maybe or early 26, but it could be tomorrow because it is completely unpredictable. But if axial seamount does erupt in the coming days, experts have assured that it will not pose a threat to any human life. The axial seamount is one of the world's best monitored submarine volcanoes, which excites the scientist at the Yellowstone Volcanic Observatory. He said this particular volcano was probably the best monitored volcano in the world, submarine that is, the most active volcano in the Pacific Northwest. That could erupt any day now. This is the mile-wide underwater volcano, again, about 300 miles off the coast of Oregon, 4,900 feet below the surface of the Pacific. Now, I said it is fascinating. It doesn't really pose a hazard. When it erupts, it's kind of like a lot like a Hawaiian lava flow eruption. It's not an explosive eruption, but calm effusions of lava flowing out of the caldera across the seafloor.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's ready to restart negotiations in order to secure the end to the Ukraine war, suggesting that talks could begin next week in Turkey. During an interview on ABC This Week, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Putin has been doing whatever is possible to solve the problem.
President Putin is open for peace negotiations without any preconditions. And this is what he was proposing for the last couple of weeks.
The announcement comes after the leaders of Britain, France, Germany, and Poland visited Kiev on Saturday. The 5 leaders were calling for a truce beginning on Monday. Hamas says they're going to release the last American hostage being held in Gaza as part of an effort to reach a ceasefire agreement. In a statement today, Hamas said Israeli-American Eden Alexander will be released to help achieve a ceasefire and allow humanitarian aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as Eagle mentioned there, apparently there are indeed posters showing the former officers, Tadarius Bean, Justin Smith, Demetrius Haley, that have appeared in multiple areas around Memphis, apparently. The posters label the men as wanted, dead or alive, accusing the officers of avoiding justice, using threatening messaging to convey that point. The former Shelby County Sheriff's Department Captain Benny Cobb, who has not seen the posters in person, says, yes, emotions are running high in regards to this case. It's frustration from the general public, frustration from the activists and people who feel that this verdict was completely wrong. Some in Memphis said the posters reflect a broader dissatisfaction with the verdict. Others concerned about the safety and legality of putting these posters up. Now, he does point out, Cobb says, these officers are going to have to be separated from the general public, and they're going to walk around in fear every single day of their lives as long as they're incarcerated. mean, they're still awaiting for their federal sentencing, which was postponed till June the 16th. So they are going to be spent. How much time will they be spending is, I guess, kind of a question, but nonetheless. President Trump announcing he'll be signing an executive order today, Monday, to ensure we, the American people, pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals. I will be instituting a most favored nations policy whereby the United States will pay the same price as the nation that pays the lowest price anywhere in the world. I'm sure the pharmaceutical companies are not on board with this. Yeah, he stated, I guess he posted this past evening. For many years, the world has wondered why prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals in the United States of America were so much higher in price than they were in any other nation, sometimes being 5 to 10 times more expensive than the same drug manufactured in the exact same laboratory or plant by the same company. It was always difficult to explain, very embarrassing, because, in fact, there were no correct or rightful answers. The pharmaceutical and drug companies would say for years that it's research and development costs, and that all these costs were and would be, for no reason whatsoever, borne by the suckers of America alone. Campaign contributors can do wonders, but not with me, he says, and not with the Republican Party. We're going to do the right thing, something that the Democrats have fought for many years. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce Monday morning in the White House, 9 a.m., I will be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by anywhere from 30 to as much as 80%. They will rise throughout the world in order to equalize and, for the first time in many years, bring fairness to America. I will be instituting a most favored nations policy whereby we will pay the same price as the nation that pays the lowest price. Our country will finally be treated fairly, and our citizens' health care costs will be reduced by numbers never even thought of before. Also, on top of everything else, the United States will save trillions of dollars. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. I kind of teased it as the most important and impactful truth post in history. Okay. Now, this proposal will only impact certain drugs covered by Medicare and given in an office. Think about things like infusions that treat cancer and other injectables. But it could potentially bring significant savings to the government. Medicare provides health insurance for roughly 70 million older Americans. Complaints about drug prices being notoriously high, even when compared with other large and wealthy countries, long drawing the ire of both parties. But a lasting fix has never been able to clear Congress. Now, under this order, the federal government would tie what it pays pharmaceutical companies for those drugs to the price paid by a group of other economically advanced countries, the so-called most favored nation approach. Commerce Secretary had teased this announcement late last month, stating that the United States of America pays for drugs and the rest of the world gets a free ride. How can you understand the rest of the world? We pay for the drug, and they pay the copay. They're only paying $10, $20, $30. This will indeed face fierce opposition from the pharmaceutical industry. It was a rule tried to adopt during Trump's first term, but could never get through. He signed a similar executive order in the final weeks of his presidency, but a court later blocked that rule from going into effect under the Biden administration. It'll be interesting to see where this goes either way. Yes, the pharmaceutical industry, and that's always been the word. They say we spend millions or billions of dollars on research and development of these drugs, and we have to recoup our costs. All right, let me see here. Dingbat, I do believe, wanted to kind of respond to this whole what's going on in Memphis sort of thing. Morning, Dingbat.
Hey, how are we doing tonight?
Good.
But Eagle failed to realize that the DA here in Memphis, Tennessee, is very shocked on the verdict. I mean, you were talking about the posters. Yes, that is a true story. But however, that isn't a part of a town that everybody's clingy. They think they know everything, but they know everything. However, I work downtown right near the Lorraine Hotel where Martin Luther King was assassinated. I have not seen one of those yet. And I was kind of shocked to not see any of those either downtown. So it was kind of shocked to hear that kind of story. But like I said, my yard's like right down the street from the Lorraine Hotel. And they did a peaceful rally down there that the mother was not very happy. I mean, I was shocked it was peaceful, and she was mad. Don't get me wrong. Any mother would be mad.
So as far as, so you've got the federal charges still with forthcoming, right? I mean, based on your local news, did they say how many years are they possibly facing on those?
I mean, 20 to 40 years, but the other two officers, they already took a plea deal.
Right.
But next step is the civil court, where the family has sued the city for $550 million. Yes, $550 million. And that could wipe out the whole city right there.
Well, right, no doubt. Yeah.
But I mean, we all know what's wrong is wrong. I mean, it's sad that not guilty. I mean, like I saw a TikTok the other day that said, well, welcome to Memphis, where you can get beat up by an officer and the officer can walk scotch-free. But they fail to realize they're going to do the lawsuit, then they're going to go to feds. Well, if you're in the feds, you might as well just hang up your keys and say, goodbye, I'm done. I'm going to be sentenced this long.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad. But like I said, I was shocked. It was a peaceful rally. Luckily, so far, knock on wood, everybody, nothing has gone on down just yet. But hopefully, his family will get justice, and hopefully we do not get sued for $550 million. Like I said, that would knock the whole city out.
Well, Dingbat, I thank you for the update this morning. Trust you had a good weekend?
I did. I didn't work Friday and Saturday. Went back to work today. Then I work Monday and Tuesday and back off to my normal schedule off Wednesday and Thursday. So it's kind of going to be a good week.
All right. Well, enjoy your week, and thank you for chiming in Monday. All right. Well, looky there. Would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house? Morning.
Morning, Steve. Love your show. It's I don't know why, but it's not the same content. But you remember Herb Jebko, Nightcaps?
Doesn't really ring a bell.
Yeah, look it up sometime. It was a talk show late night in the 70s and early 80s. Hey, were those are the black officers in Memphis, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, that was, I think people need to understand that, even when Rodney King incident happened, some of those officers were black. The psychiatrists have explained that there's some sort of actually a chemical process that takes over with this gang violence, you know. Can't remember exactly what they call it, but I mean, it can happen with police officers. It happened with Lieutenant, was it, you remember Lieutenant Kelly in Vietnam when they wiped out the village?
Yes.
Was that Lieutenant or Sergeant? Yeah. Do you know he was working at a jewelry store in Michigan, and a friend of mine actually bumped into him there years ago. He's probably, 80 years old by now, but yeah, it's nice to have a place to stop on the dial or on your phone now, and it's appreciated because all this type of content at late night has really disappeared.
Yeah, so I mean, when I looked at the screen, I thought I saw Carolina, and I mean, our call screener thing tends to screw up a lot. I thought it was the Carolina Monkey Ghost. So this is actually Jim, your first-time caller, I presume.
Yes, and I wasn't offended by the monkey thing because you were calling somebody else a dingbat, so I thought, okay, well, I'm doing good.
I thought you were the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Yeah, that's so. All right, well, it's good to have you on board, Jim. I got your number here. We'll get you a first-time $60 voucher coupon to go to hotshotsecret.com and place you in order there. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products to date?
Well, I'll tell you, I drive vans, and we don't use a hot shot, but, I listen to your show so much that I'm ready to put it in the regular engines.
Okay.
It must be a good thing or people would not keep using it.
That is correct, yes.
And your other caller, they called in about the 18-wheelers being pulled over. I don't know I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe there's been a rash of violations or something, but he's right. There'll be just an overload of trucks pulled over, and I don't know how they identified them. Maybe he can call back sometime and tell us how they identified them to pull them over, or it's just a random inspection. I don't know. But, when you're out there in the middle of the night and you've got 4 or 5 18-wheelers pulled over, I think that's dangerous in itself.
Mm-hmm.
No one's ever mentioned it, but I have a problem with the high-intensity LEDs that law enforcement and everybody uses now. After you go by them, it's just... you ever have that problem?
You're almost blinded when you're coming up on the scene, yes.
Yeah, and I wonder, are the cops wearing special glasses, sunglasses? How do they stand out there and get banged right in the eyes with those things all night? I don't know. But I guess I'm thinking of the old Andy Griffith days where they had the gumball that moved real slow, remember that?
Exactly, yep.
The good old days, yeah.
I guess
and if you got shot, it would have to be with Barney's one bullet, because that's all he carried. Those are the good old days.
Yes, indeed they are.
But people got to understand law enforcement is, they act erratic now because they're scared. I mean, they're you never know who's going to jump out of the car. Just look at YouTube. They've got people that are just totally calm and collected. Next thing you know, boom, 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 they open fire on them. It's so everybody out there, they can't let their guard down. And I'm very happy that there's a lot of legislation in the last couple of years for post-traumatic stress services for law enforcement and firefighters. Believe it or not, they didn't used to have it. It's hard to believe, but it was kind of just for the military only. And
well,
one day as a firefighter can, which I did for 10 years, it can be rough depending on what day it is. So
The things.
thanks again, Steve.
Yeah, hey, thank you so much. Great to hear from you, Jim. Don't be a stranger there, and Jim in the Carolinas. All right, first time caller. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Via FreightWaves, they kicked off a 3-part series on Friday, which I do have part 1 in hand. But it's a series on CDL fraud. Looking at the recently enacted Arkansas law designed to get a handle on CDL fraud and how that effort was informed by similar legislation in Texas. Part number 2, which supposedly came out Saturday, looking at how Texas uncovered a high number of phony documents held by people with Mexico's equivalent of a CDL, who in fact were from Central America. And part 3, which came out just this past day, looking at the ease with which fraudsters have exploited a loophole to obtain a Mexican document that essentially grants them the privileges of a U.S. CDL holder, a holder here in the USA. We will delve into part 1 coming up here, and maybe in the coming nights, night number 2 headed into the state of Texas. But big topic of discussion at this point in time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Going to be a very busy week. Which, I don't know, President Trump, it's a busy week every week for that guy, isn't it? But when President Trump lands in Riyadh Tuesday, yes, headed to Saudi Arabia, they tell us he will be greeted with opulent ceremonies, gilded palaces, and the prospect of a $1 trillion in investment. But the raging war in Gaza has actually denied him one goal that he has long craved, and that is Saudi-Israeli normalization. They were that close during the tail end of his first administration. Behind the scenes, U.S. officials are quietly pressing Israel to agree to an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, which is one of Saudi Arabia's preconditions for any restart of normalization talks. According to two sources close to the official circles and a U.S. official, Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, told an audience at the Israeli embassy in D.C. last week that he imminently expected some progress on expanding the Abraham Accords, a set of deals that were brokered by Trump in his first term, under which the Arab states, included the UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco, actually recognized Israel. Yeah, we think we'll have some or maybe a lot of announcements very, very shortly, which we hope will yield progress by next year. Now, he's going to be accompanying Trump on this visit to the Middle East. However, opposition by the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to a permanent stop to the war or to the creation of a Palestinian state, making progress on similar talks with Riyadh not likely right now. Saudi Arabia does not recognize Israel as legitimate, meaning the Middle East's two most advanced economies and military powers do not have formal diplomatic ties. Supporters of normalizing relations say it would bring stability and prosperity to the region, at the same time countering Iran's influence. Establishing ties has become very toxic for Saudi Arabia, of course, the birthplace of Islam, since the start of Israel's war there in Gaza. But Saudi Arabia's de facto ruler needs the Gaza war to end and a credible path to a Palestinian state before he re-engages with the issue of normalization, according to one former U.S. negotiator. But they'll be talking a lot economically, possibly $1 trillion in investments. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's ready to restart negotiations in order to secure the end to the Ukraine war, suggesting that talks could begin next week in Turkey. During an interview on ABC's This Week, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Putin has been doing whatever is possible to solve the problem.
President Putin is open for peace negotiations without any preconditions. And this is what he was proposing for the last couple of weeks.
The announcement comes after the leaders of Britain, France, Germany, and Poland visited Kiev on Saturday. The 5 leaders were calling for a truce beginning on Monday. Hamas says they're going to release the last American hostage being held in Gaza as part of an effort to reach a ceasefire agreement. In a statement today, Hamas said Israeli-American Eden Alexander will be released to help achieve a ceasefire and allow humanitarian aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. The Department of Defense is moving quickly to remove roughly 1,000 transgender service members from the U.S. military.
Active duty trans service members are given 30 days and reservists 60 days to voluntarily leave or be forced out. The order follows a recent Supreme Court ruling which gave thumbs up to the Trump administration to follow through on a transgender military ban. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth released a video on X Thursday explaining the move, saying,
"This is the president's agenda. This is what the American people voted for."
John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Smokey Robinson is expressing his frustration over a sexual assault lawsuit which was filed against him earlier this week.
Robinson says he's appalled by the claims made by 4 of his former employees. The Motown legend's lawyer called the accusations false and vile. The civil suit was filed by the ex-employees, all women, and details multiple accusations, including sexual battery. The plaintiffs are seeking $50 million in damages. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The California governor's office is pushing back on skyrocketing gas price projections.
The governor's office is disputing a report that says gas prices in California could top $8 a gallon by late 2026. A report from a USC professor said the scheduled closures for 2 refineries in the state would cut fuel production by more than 20% over 3 years. Experts say the reduced output would lead to higher gas prices. Gavin Newsom's office is pushing back, saying the report is bankrolled by Saudi Arabia and it's based on guesswork.
3 members of the NYPD are facing charges after they were arrested last night.
Police say 24-year-old James Laws was arrested in Queens, accused of grand larceny, criminal mischief, and harassment. There were 2 arrests in Brooklyn. 34-year-old Jessica McGriff, a probationary officer, faces possession of stolen property and other charges. And 21-year-old Muhammad Yunus, an NYPD recruit, is charged with petty larceny. Police have not released any details. It's not known whether the arrests are related. I'm Larry Kofsky.
An investigation is underway after a homeowner in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles, found home security footage of an Amazon driver defecating on the front porch.
The video footage shows the Amazon delivery driver dropping off a package, then dropping their shorts to leave behind the smelly delivery. According to the homeowner, Amazon's response to the incident was not apologetic. The homeowner also got video footage of a soiled paper towel that was left in a planter just outside the property. I'm John Fink.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, rolling into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Joined us a bit earlier. And Roy is on board. Northwest Illinois, right? Hope you had a good weekend. Our number, 844-844-3388. I'll admit I was kind of surprised when late last week, the prospect of a tax increase on those making more than, what was it, $2 million a year, $2.5, whatever it was. I think it was $5 million for couples filing jointly. Following up, President Trump delivering his clearest remarks yet on whether he wants Republicans to include a provision raising taxes on wealthier Americans, saying it's probably not a good idea. The problem with even a tiny tax increase for the rich, which I and all others would graciously accept in order to help the lower and middle income workers, he says, is that Democrats are going to go around screaming, "Read my lips." The fabled quote by George Bush, the elder, that is said to have cost him the election. No, Ross Perot cost him the election, but in any event, Republicans should probably not do it, but I'm okay if they do. Now, of course, Ross Perot was the businessman, the third-party presidential candidate who ran in the 92 and 96 elections. In the 92 election, Perot garnered 18% of the vote, widely believed to have taken votes from Bush in his reelection campaign. A source close to Trump said Thursday that the president was asking Republican congressional leaders to raise taxes on millionaires to help fund his tax cuts for the lower and middle. Specifically, he had been considering reestablishing the top individual tax rate for people earning, there it is, $2.5 million, from 37% to 39.6%. It's a little over a 2.5% increase. Now, the source said that the higher rates on wealthier Americans would help offset the tax cuts for the middle and working class, and it would also not force Republicans to slash funding in the likes of Medicaid, the government-operated health care service used by millions of poorer Americans. Last month, Speaker Johnson said he was opposed to the idea. Said in the interview he's not a big fan of raising taxes on the wealthy. We're the Republican Party, and we're for tax reduction for everyone, he says. Of course, during the campaign, Trump vowing to eliminate taxes on tips, Social Security payments for seniors, overtime. He reiterated in a post earlier last week that he wants to accomplish those things. We're going to do no tax on tips, no tax on seniors' Social Security, no tax on overtime. It'll be the biggest tax cut for middle and working class Americans by far. And it's time for Main Street to win, he said. Current legislative plan calls for offsetting tax cuts by reducing spending on the Medicaid health care program for lower income Americans and nutrition support programs, and by eliminating popular environmental tax credits, which are kind of opposed by the so-called centrists in the Republican Party. The spending reduction side of this equation has been the most challenging, which is a sad commentary on my party and my conference, but it is the simple reality, according to the Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington of Texas. He and other House Republicans said failure to achieve $2 trillion with a T in spending cuts over a decade would jeopardize Trump's hope of making his 2017 tax cuts permanent. Now, a higher tax rate on the wealthy could provide some added revenue to compensate for cuts elsewhere, but that is the big debate, and yes, you can almost hear it now. Read my lips. Yeah, Trump said no increase in taxes. All right, 844-844-3388. And what's going on, Vic?
Oh, a whole lot. I got to kind of focus my mind here. You brought up so many subjects there, because originally what I wanted to call about was what's known as brain fingerprinting, and Pappy brought that up a long time ago. But real quick on those taxes things, to show you how ridiculous those environmental tax credits have gotten on these large farmers now. They're having whole courses on how they can get environmental tax credits and actually generate revenue if they go above and beyond the EPA requirements in farming and everything. So there was so much. They just need to do an actual tax code and overhaul the IRS instead of this, what they call Christmas tree ornament tax code that we have now. So I'll just drop off real quick on that. And then Double R was talking about these weight limits on these hot shots. Probably the people over in West Virginia could address this a whole lot better than me, but in West Virginia and Kentucky, if you have a truck set up with the right tires and the right suspension, and you take an extra course, you can haul overloaded coal loads. I don't know about the other ones, but both states make an allowance for coal trucks. But again, it has to be set up properly, and even like on these hot shots and stuff, they have to be set up right to haul the heavier loads. And years ago on I-80, I forget which mountain it was, but they had a mine that was subsiding under I-80 there as you went down a hill, and you had to slow down when you went down through there. And I remember one time that a guy with a hot shot, he didn't slow down enough, and it literally unhitched the trailer from his truck when he hit that bump. So there's a whole lot more than just a static weight limit, and I don't think most people realize that. But back to what I was talking about with the PTSD and the brain fingerprinting, intelligence intelligence agencies for years have been trying to develop a truth serum or something of that nature. And basically, they've been working on this brain fingerprinting for some time. And whenever they're questioning people, and it's just coming out of their memory, you use a certain part of your brain. And when you're lying, you have to use the thinking part of your brain, is about the quickest shorthand thing I can think of.
Okay.
And that they've been trying to develop this, and supposedly some of the intelligence agencies have gotten it down pretty good, but whether or not it'll be allowed in court, I guess they have to establish that. And when you were talking a deal like with Smokey Robinson, that he said, she said thing, and you were talking about that gang mentality that people seem to go into in like certain frenzied emotional situations. And that is a phenomenon that's been known for some time. And a lot of that comes back to that big nerve in your body. It's called the vagus nerve, which is spelled with a U at the end, not an A, like in Las Vegas. And I didn't realize it, but my daughter, she has Healing Touch certification. We were talking about that today, and she said, yeah, they have a whole thing there that would help people deal with their PTSD memories and all that. And Jim, whenever he was talking about that, no, it doesn't have to be in combat or any of that nature. There are a lot of things that will trigger that traumatic nerve there in your body, and it's like a hidden memory or something of that nature. And when Jim brought up there about Lieutenant Calley, something that was never ever reported, that was investigated 3 times before they even made the big announcement where they all, hit the news and the paper, the pictures in Life, Look, whatever it was. But essentially, Lieutenant Calley and his group, they were in what was known as a BC area. And when they go to a BC village, they'd have some old person sitting on a whole bunch of strings. And if they seen that the soldiers were going into a tent that had a cache of weapons, food, tunnels, anything of that nature, they'd pull one of those strings, and it was booby trapped. And everybody in the military knew it. It was very seldom ever reported, and that was the whole thing that triggered all that. And I guess Lieutenant Calley came back from R&R, and the story that I heard was that one of his person under his command, basically all that was left of him after an episode like that was his boots, and they loaded his boots on a helicopter to try to put a closed casket thing or a sealed casket thing, and I guess that just kind of triggered him, and he went a little bit berserk. And Captain Medina out of Xenia, Ohio, he had said they needed to liquidate the area, clear the area, or something. He gave a very, very vague command. They tried, I think they tried Captain Medina, but they didn't really convict him of anything. But that was just a little bit of the backstory on that. And oddly enough, when the CIA went in there with Operation Penny, which was Ollie Norris was a part of that, they basically just wiped out total areas. And the guy at the time, Chuck Colby, that was the head of CIA, he was writing a book, and then one day on his hike, he either drowned, hit his head on a rock, or had a heart attack. But he didn't come back, and he never finished his book. So that's just a little bit of the backstory on that. But the big thing is, you were talking about like the police and stuff. You never know, and you've heard them talk about flashbacks, but you'll never know what's going to trigger that. And hopefully they're working on to where they can help people deal with that before they have a flashback episode. So that's one part of it. And the other part of it is, if they can get things to where people's like, you might as well give us the real story, because we can pretty well figure it out, and it becomes legal to where they can do the brain fingerprinting. You talk about the deal down there in Memphis. Why did those cops go berserk? Why did they pick on that one particular individual? Who knows? But I know here in Indianapolis, we had a situation a few years back where people were putting stuff on Facebook, and I remember there was a kid that he was running from police or something, and I don't know if he was recording it all on Facebook, and he happened to cross past the assistant police chief, and so he joined in, the assistant police chief, and then when they did get him stopped, a kid pointed a gun at, I believe it was the assistant police, anyway, he was shot and killed. And it's like, they tried to make a big deal out of that. It's like, no, the guy was, getting ready to shoot the police officer. He had every right to do what he did. So that died a pretty quick death. But, I don't know that much about down there in Memphis right now. I just know that at one time, the Latin Kings and the Viceroys were the two gangs that used to pretty well run Memphis. So with that, I'll let you go.
Vic, have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in as we get the new week underway, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
So it's first of a 3-part series looking into CDL fraud via freight waves over the last several days. The current discourse on the quality of drivers more closely resembles Don Quixote in a trucker hat chasing CDL-inspired windmills while his faithful squire, driver misinformation, accompanies him as an attempt to revive the good old days of trucking. He said, I decided to follow the mania and try to answer the question, what is up with all this non-domiciled driver talk? And why are some in trucking media obsessed with speaking English? Well, speaking? How about more profoundly, reading? I mean, it's crucial to be able to read those signs. He said, what I found out from conversations and interviews with state safety officials and trucking lobby groups, as well as research, was a web of regulatory oversight, loopholes, and bad actors, which is decades in the making. The situation is way more complex than it looks at first glance. The regulatory questions involve local, state, and federal guidelines, international trade deals, bureaucratic machinations worthy of an HBO special. But let's start in Arkansas by way of Texas. I reached out to Shannon Newton, president and CEO of the Arkansas Trucking Association, about the bill there in that state house. The bill would make presenting a fake CDL or operating a commercial motor vehicle without an employment authorization document a Class D felony. This all came about from dueling Arkansas legislation with another bill gaining headlines over its purported $5,000 fine for truckers who did not possess sufficient English proficiency. The ATA-backed bill, HB 1745, recently passed the legislature, signed into law by Governor Sanders. In addition to the English proficiency, certain commercial driver's license holders must possess a U.S. work authorization to operate a commercial vehicle in the state. Failure to meet the new requirement, $500 for the first offense, $1,000 for any subsequent. what I found more interesting was how these bills came about. For Newton, the problem began in 2023 when her counterpart in the Texas Trucking Association reached out to raise awareness about fraudulent CDLs. Texas had come up with this solution to try and root it out. Now, he warned Newton to be aware of it because it's likely to be coming to Arkansas next. And the issue they had discovered was a quantity of fraudulent Mexican CDLs, or what they refer to as LFCs, that were being presented at roadside by drivers in Texas that law enforcement could almost think were suspicious. She told FreightWaves the Texas roadside enforcement officers began to dig, and what they found was indeed a black market for fake Mexican LFCs, which is short for Licencia Federal de Conductor. So for the purpose of this article, he says, an LFC is the equivalent of an American CDL. The Texas solution to combat the fake LFCs was to require a second form of ID, like a work permit, visa, green card. The Texas ATA told the Arkansas Association if Texas closed this loophole by requiring extra ID, fraudsters would likely move upstream, and in this case to adjacent states like Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. In other words, because the states are a patchwork of regulations, if one state cracks down, those that don't suddenly become the haven for the bad actors who are being chased out of the first state. Now, the recent flurry of news on state bills treating CDLs, targeting them, is a direct response to this. After the Texas law passed, there were significant penalties associated with fake CDLs, but with a twist. As those who were doing wrong became aware of the new law, the numbers spiked in individuals who were actually presenting as having no CDL rather than presenting their fake one to avoid the charge of presenting the fake. It was actually a less strenuous penalty to be cited for just not having a license at all. So my question became, why do I keep hearing about fake LFCs? And how does all this tie into my bad English, non-domiciled Wendell? Yeah, for that, we would go to the Lone Star State, and that's where part number 2 of the story would come into play. Part number 2, how Texas uncovered that high number of phony documents held by people with what is, again, Mexico's equivalent to a CDL here, but they're not even from Mexico. They're actually coming up from throughout Central America. And we'll delve into that maybe on our Tuesday morning program. Now, a news update and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration has been blocked from laying off government employees.
The ruling pauses the implementation of the president's executive order that allows the administration to fire federal workers. The restraining order stops the administration from laying off employees at 21 departments and agencies for 2 weeks. The ruling also states that the president should seek help from Congress to implement these changes.
Early estimates say the new tax plan from House Republicans would cost nearly $5 trillion.
New numbers released Saturday night by the nonpartisan House Joint Committee on Taxation shows the Republican-approved budget allows for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, contingent on the Republican majority being able to find $2 trillion in spending cuts. The final details of the plan are expected to be unveiled Monday afternoon. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
A couple of other tidbits via CDL Life over the weekend. Is somebody screwed up and it's going to cost a lot of money. Thousands of baby chicks left abandoned inside a tractor trailer parked at a Delaware distribution center for days last week. They say the approximately 10,000 hatchlings were found inside of a parked tractor trailer at the U.S. Postal Service Distribution Center in Newcastle, Delaware. According to WGAL, the birds were left inside the trailer for 3 days with no food or water. Approximately 3,000 of the baby chicks died. The variety of farm birds were from Freedom Ranger Hatchery in Reinholds, Pennsylvania, as well as Fifth Day Farm in New Holland, Pennsylvania, and Reich's Poultry Farm in Marietta, Pennsylvania. A representative of Freedom Hatchery said that the company has no information shedding light on why the baby chicks were left inside the trailer, but he did say more than 80 customers lost a phenomenal amount of money in this incident. Postal Service did not respond to request for comment on the incident in Delaware, but did make the following statement acknowledging shipping errors. We are aware of limited instances where there has been a breakdown in our processes and procedures with this type of shipment. We're actively investigating and identifying the cause. Local postal teams will work with affected customers to address their concerns and determine timely solutions. All right, the Postal Service is one of just a few carriers that ship limited types of live animals, and we have established processes and procedures for the safe handling of these shipments, according to a spokesperson. The Delaware Department of Agriculture has launched an investigation. The First State Animal Center and the SPCA are taking care of the surviving birds. And they said approximately half the baby chicks are in stable condition. Once healthy, the surviving birds will be put up for adoption. All right. Then I guess he realized he's going to be in more trouble if he tries to hide. A man arrested after calling 911 on himself for a road rage incident involving a truck driver. Happened last Wednesday in West Virginia. According to Eyewitness News, 22-year-old Scott Walker shot at a 33-year-old truck driver, Singh Gurpreet, on southbound I-77 during a road rage incident. Walker reportedly fired 2 shots at the truck at the 86-mile marker. No one was hurt, but Walker did end up calling 911 on himself to confess to authorities. He surrendered the 9mm handgun to police as evidence. He was arrested and charged with 2 counts of wanton endangerment and 1 count of brandishing a weapon. All right, here we go. Let's get back to the calls. Well, there he is, Knuckle Buster. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. I heard on your news they were talking about them transgender people in the military there, but you know who Bill Belichick's Jordan Hudson, isn't that his girlfriend's name?
Yeah, the 24-year-old, right?
Yeah, she lost a fan vote to Miss Maine to a transgender competitor. Now, you telling me a man that tries to act like a woman is look better than Jordan? I don't think so.
Wow.
I think them people up there are a bunch of dumbasses there, right? I want to read this article. It's on Fox News also. A congressman reveals a hidden secret passageway from America's founding under the Capitol floorboards. I wonder what they found at the end of it there, Steve. I didn't get a chance to read. I just saw the headline there. And is Pennzoil still in business?
Pennzoil, yes. To my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, they got a surviving Nissan R390 racer wrapped in Pennzoil color. Is certified brand. I can't even pronounce all that. Classic, but it's a classic anyway. There's I don't know. I don't use Pennzoil. I want to give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field and Captain Ron. Well, it's some Stabile products today. Oh, that reminds me, I got to get some bill for diesel. I cleaned my injectors and stuff up on my 850 John Deere there, so I'm going to have to put some fresh diesel and some Seville in there to make it last there. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive product. Y'all, come on now, we got to get better at calling 844-844-3388, because if Steve called it, he just has to be talking to his tail pair, right?
that would be an odd conversation, wouldn't it?
Oh, I know that's right. Well, hey, you know, they say it's okay to talk to yourself just as long as you don't answer yourself, right? Well, Tennessee asked me a question the other day. She says, I know a man with a tiny, tiny one that sounds just like an owl. And I said, who? I knew I was in trouble when she started laughing, see?
Yeah, you just admitted.
Yeah, all right.
All right, have a great morning. That's good. Who? Happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at 50, warming up to 77 today, Fort Wayne. Yeah, a cool 47, but warming to 84 degrees in Newaygo, Michigan. Wow, big warm up. I had a great time kayaking on the St. Joseph's River in Michigan for Mother's Day weekend. So roll on, Knuckle Buster. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back again. Have a great week, everybody out there. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Kayaking on the St. Joe's River. All right, there's Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Steve Summers and all the listeners out there. Yep, the weekend flew by as usual. It never seemed to last quite as long as we'd like, but we did get a few things done around the house, so I feel good about that. Car is packed. We're ready to go. Let's head into town, see what the day brings us. You got it. Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, Knuckle Buster, interesting. You brought up Belichick. Now, this story was from, I guess, maybe about a week ago, where he sat down for an interview with CBS News, and his girlfriend was on the set there, and it appeared she was really trying to control the conversation. The interview was supposed to be about, I guess, his book, and that was it. And he said, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book. And I guess some of the first questions from the interviewee were about things other than the book, like, where did you meet? Where did you meet her? And in the background, she was like, we're not talking about that. Yeah, so Jason Whitlock of Fearless believes Belichick really did agree to a conversation about his book, but CBS saw a more lucrative opportunity with Belichick's sugar baby being there. Now, he doesn't believe Belichick's decision to date the 24-year-old is a wise decision, explaining, I look at Bill's lack of wisdom, and it's amazing. Noting that a recent New York Post article details how her last name is Hudson's $8 million real estate portfolio that she put together since she met Belichick. She just started buying property in 2023 and getting loans for property, and that's all spelled out in the New York Post. And Bill Belichick saying they met in 2021. Well, if my math is right, that's 4 years ago. That makes her, if my math is correct, she was 20 at the time. Now, Bill Belichick would have been 69 at that point, and he met a 20-year-old on a plane. And by 2023, she started acquiring real estate property. Basically, Whitlock believes Belichick has fallen for Hudson's scheme. I don't know if Jordan Hudson is an escort, a pro. I don't know. I do know she's a young woman, and she's taking advantage of a 73-year-old man who is in a full-blown life crisis because of his failure with dealing with the aftermath of Tom Brady leaving the Patriots. He said this man is incredibly insecure, and this woman is taking advantage of it. I guess what? Setting herself, pretty much, sucking his life savings dry, to put herself in a position to be very wealthy when he passes on. It's the best I can figure, but it is 844-844-3388. Well, so you say we're almost at 12,000, is that correct?
Yeah, Your Honor. So, as I say, the donations can keep coming in until Father's Day there. And actually, one of our good friends down in Arizona actually made a donation there right on Mother's Day for the Mother's Day parade day. And so we're just shy of 12,000. So that does mean that every year I've been doing this, I've been able to have my donations that everybody out there is so generously given to actually increase. So we've moved up every year with what we've done. So again, thank you to everybody. It's I'm just the one that all ends up collecting too, but it's everybody out there that sends it through me to
gets
it
done.
Make-A-Wish. So
yeah.
Anyways, hey, you think nobody's ever said recently, and I don't know, does Bill Belichick, I mean, what's he have? I mean, is there a different family that was there while he was coach at the Patriots and that? I mean, is there like an ex-wife or kids, or I really don't know anything about the man at all. Is he an orphan at this point? I mean, have his parents passed and he no siblings, or is there, at this point, if he has the money and he's happy doing what he's doing with it, then maybe it's not the bad thing. But I mean, if she's there, as somebody was alluding there from the Post, that she's taking all his money, and his heirs and stuff will be left penniless, and well, some people believe that they're supposed to spend their money and let the kids learn and spend for themselves, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he has for, other family or where he was at there. So, but be nice to know that information before they start worrying about how he's spending the money. Because if I was in his position and I had enough money and to look like I was going to live until I got to the end of my life, and I could spend $8, $10, $12 million on a 20-year-old girlfriend or 25-year-old girlfriend, I might do it.
Hey, watch out now. The Guppy may catch this on podcast.
Right? Well, she knows that I don't have $8 or $10 million, so it don't matter that way. So
yeah.
if I did, I wouldn't have all my equipment in the garage in pieces that I haven't got put back together. But anyways. So I hear rumors that we're supposed to be getting rain in the Mid-Atlantic here coming in sometime tomorrow there. And I did see we had a full moon shining there, but there's a little bit of a cloud kind of come over. It looks like a full moon, but so I don't know. It's the first I've seen it, so I don't know if it's coming up or going down or just skimming across the western edge of the horizon. But anyways, looks like it should be, if it's not full, it either just was or should be later on. And I think I found one of the Rubber Ducks trains while I was sitting here loading. The train went by and only had about 50 cars on it coming out of the one CSX rail yard, and it only had like 3 sets of containers on it, and the first one was a double stack, and then the next couple there were singles, and then there was a bunch of empties, and then there was a bunch of UPS trailers, and then there was some spots that were some empty trailer cars. So I'm not sure. I don't think UPS is sending trailers overseas, so they might be taking them off there, and it should be close to where there's the UPS terminal down here on the southeast side of Baltimore, so they probably run trucks in to grab their trailers and probably bring other trailers to put back on the rail cars to go out, because that's usually like a West Coast to East Coast type deal. But anyways, hey, the last thing I got for you here is you had a new caller, Jim, there, and he alluded to wondering if anybody ever talked about those bright emergency warning lights there. And if you remember a few years back there, myself and Scarecrow and a couple others there, we really were commenting on that you come up to an emergency scene, especially sitting at the level we do, we sit about eye level with all those emergency lights. We aren't down below them like most of the cars, and we have a lot of problems seeing past them. And I've actually made comments there into the emergency service people that it's just getting to the point that, it's nice that you all have the bright lights on to be seen, but when you get so many that the people trying to get around you can't see where they're going to start running things over because they're blinded.
Yep.
And some of the construction zones and some of the emergency zones, I actually have to put my high beams on just to try to counteract the emergency lighting enough to actually be able to see down to the highway in front of the truck and make sure I'm not running over something or someone. So, of course, that does mean you need to slow down a little more when you can't see where you're going. But anyways, and I think just before I nodded off there, did you say you had the Buckwheat coming up? Did he get to call in and talk about Ashton Mario Kart and meeting the monkey on the unicycle?
Yeah, indeed, we did talk to Buckwheat. We didn't talk about the monkey, but I know Ashton Mario Kart was very thrilled. Big smiles on his face. All right, it is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When you're injecting injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Alrighty, so the New York Times kind of breaking the story. We anticipated some sort of an announcement in regard to the discussions between the U.S. and China over the weekend. I kind of thought that maybe the president himself would make an official announcement, but we got, I guess, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has kind of let the cat out of the bag. Yeah, the United States and China here this Monday morning say they have reached an agreement to temporarily reduce the punishing tariffs they've imposed on each other in an attempt to defuse the trade war. In a joint statement, the country said they will suspend their respective tariffs for 90 days while the negotiations continue. These kind of things you can't just work out in a day or two. So, under the agreement, the United States is going to reduce the tariffs on Chinese imports to 30%, down from its current 145%. China, meanwhile, will lower their import duty on American goods to 10%, down from the current 125%. That should be big news. Yeah, the markets should respond pleasantly due to that announcement. Treasury Secretary says, we concluded that we have a shared interest. He was speaking at a news conference in Geneva where the U.S. and Chinese officials met over the weekend. The consensus from both delegations is that neither side wanted a decoupling, if you'd have it that way. In other words, China needs us. And yes, regardless of what the president says, to some extent, we need China. There are certain things that they are making that we just don't, at this point in time, have the capacity to do. Now, that may change in the future, but this kind of breaks the impasse that had brought the trade between China and the U.S. to nearly a halt. Many American businesses had suspended orders, so this will allow much of this process to unfold in the coming days. All this hype about empty store shelves here in a couple months, that should all be laid to rest. I'm sure we'll learn more through the day ahead. All right, have a great Monday. Thanks for being with us.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.